Project 8, Chapter 1, The Cosmic Knock on the Door. Liaison Tavari Sohn had attended 43 first contact inductions in his career, and they had all proceeded identically. The new species arrived. They were awed by the chamber. They presented credentials with some degree of ceremony. The Palathi had sung. The Dravani had performed a weapon salute that lasted 45 minutes. The Sonahari had delivered a 17-part philosophical treatise on the nature of sentient community that had technically not yet concluded. The new species then signed the Charter of Non-Interference, accepted a ceremonial gift, and was guided to a quiet corner of the legislative calendar where they would observe, adapt, and produce absolutely nothing of consequence for the next several decades while their liaison prepared reports that no one read. Tavari had prepared 11 such reports. He knew what they felt like to write. He knew what they felt like not to be read. He was therefore entirely unprepared for the human. She came through the delegation entrance at precisely the scheduled time. He would note this later, the punctuality, the first signal he had missed, pulling a wheeled case behind her. Not a ceremonial chest, not a diplomatic coffer sealed with the wax of her government. A wheeled case, the kind designed for rapid transit with a retractable handle and a small scratch on the left side that suggested it had been through an actual cargo bay recently. She was mid-height for a human, which Tavari understood to be approximately average for the species. Bilateral symmetry, forward-facing eyes, a structural fragility that still startled him every time he processed it through the lens of a functional sapient civilization. Her hair was silver-streaked and pulled back in a manner he would later learn was called practical. She wore a dark blazer over a clean shirt, and she was moving through the chamber's outer corridor with the specific velocity of a person who had already decided where she was going and considered the corridor a formality. Her name was Ambassador Kael Vasik. She was, technically, humanity's first diplomatic representative to the Galactic Council. She was, technically, a former logistics executive, not a diplomat. Earth, Tavari would discover, had spent 8 months attempting to agree on a diplomat and eventually sent the person most qualified to get things done, which was a phrase that would come to haunt him. She reached the check-in station. She handed over her credentials. The station attendant, a young Veloxy clerk named Osavi who had done this 43 times and expected the 44th to be identical, reviewed the documentation, found it in order, and was about to direct the ambassador to the delegation waiting area when she asked, "Is there a prep room? I need to unpack." Osavi confirmed there was a prep room. The ambassador said, "Perfect," and wheeled her case toward it. Tavari, watching from the gallery, opened his log and made his first entry. "The human has arrived. She brought luggage. I have been assigned as her liaison for the duration of her delegation's stay, which the Council anticipates will be approximately 4 years before Earth requests a rotation. She appears organized. I am monitoring." The Galactic Council chamber was the oldest continuously operating democratic structure in the known galaxy. 12,000 years of standing committees, legislative sessions, emergency convocations, and the specific, sacred tedium of parliamentary procedure conducted at interstellar scale. The ceiling rose 400 meters above the floor, carved from the living stone of the station's core by the original Drythian architects, who had considered anything below cathedral proportions to be architecturally incoherent. The delegate seats fanned outward in concentric arcs, each carved to the specific ergonomic requirements of 47 species, and the combined effect of 47 different body plans occupying the same space was something that new delegates universally described as overwhelming, and long-tenured delegates described as Tuesday. High Arbiter Sonneval occupied the central dais. He had occupied it with the slow geological patience of his species for 900 years. His bark was dark and deeply furrowed, shot through with the amber bioluminescence of extreme age, and when he spoke, the resonance moved through the chamber floor and into the feet of every being present. He had presided over 43 inductions. He would tell you, if asked, that each one was unique. He would not tell you that after 900 years they had begun to feel the same. Then the human delegation entered. There were 12 of them, which was already unusual. Most species sent 3 to 5 for an induction ceremony. They walked in a loose cluster, not a formal procession, and they were talking to each other, which was the kind of thing that occurred during a recess, not an entry. The ambassador was at the front. She had apparently used the prep room to some significant purpose because she was now holding a tablet in her left hand and had a stylus tucked behind one ear, and she was scanning the chamber with the specific expression of a person calculating load-bearing capacity. The delegation reached the designated floor position. The ambassador looked up at the ceiling. She looked at the delegate arcs. She looked at the central dais and at Sonneville, and something in her expression shifted, not into awe exactly, but into the look of a person who has been handed an interesting problem. Osavi, standing at the floor monitor station, whispered to Tavari, "Should I begin the induction?" Tavari, "Yes, proceed normally." The induction proceeded. Sonneville delivered the welcome address. 12,000 years of galactic community, the Charter's founding principles, the sacred compact of non-interference, the wisdom of patience and observation during the acclimation period. He had delivered this address 43 times. Each word was worn smooth with use, like river stones. Each word was true. The ambassador listened with complete attention. She did not interrupt. She did not check her tablet. She stood with her hands clasped, head slightly tilted, and she nodded at the appropriate intervals with the focus of someone taking notes in their head rather than on paper. When Sonneville concluded, he asked the traditional question, "Ambassador Vasik, does humanity accept these principles and commit to the traditions of the Council?" "Absolutely," she said, "and we're thrilled to be here. This is a remarkable institution. The documentation alone is extraordinary. I read the charter on the transit, all 600 pages. You know what I didn't find? A single section titled, 'How to Actually Fix Anything.'" She smiled. "I'm hoping we can help with that." The chamber was quiet in the way that very large spaces get quiet when something unexpected has occurred, and 47 species have simultaneously decided to wait and see what happens next. Sonneville said gently, with the patience of a being who had watched mountain ranges form, "Ambassador, the Council's tradition is for new species to observe for a period of decades before proposing." "I completely understand," Vasik said, "and we respect that enormously. We just thought while we're here, we might share some preliminary thinking." She turned to the delegation behind her. One of the 12, a compact, efficient-looking woman with short-cropped dark hair and safety goggles pushed up on her forehead, unzipped a compartment of the wheeled case, and began distributing items to the others. The items were binders, laminated binders, 340 pages each, tabbed with color-coded dividers, 12 copies for the delegation. And then, because the wheeled case was apparently larger on the inside than it appeared on the outside, a stack of additional copies, which the delegation began distributing to the nearest delegate stations with the cheerful efficiency of a conference registration desk. The binders were titled, in clean block letters, "Quick Wins, Immediate Opportunities for Mutual Optimization." Tavari watched a Kethori delegate open his copy. The delegate turned to the first page, read the executive summary, and very slowly turned to look at his neighbor, who was also reading the executive summary, and whose photosynthetic fronds had begun, involuntarily, to pale. Tavari opened his log. The human distributed laminated documents. The documents are 340 pages. They are tabbed. They are color-coded. They appear to contain an operational audit of galactic infrastructure and 17 proposed initiatives organized by priority level. The document is titled, "Quick Wins." I'm revising my concern from mild to structured. The post-induction reception was held in the Council's tertiary hall. a space designed for diplomatic mingling, which meant it contained a variety of seating configurations compatible with a variety of anatomies, a selection of atmospherically compatible refreshments, and the specific ambient pressure of 200 beings from 47 species attempting to make small talk about things they did not care about with species they had just met. Tavari had attended 43 of these as well. They lasted 2 hours. Nothing ever happened. He had been watching the ambassador for 11 minutes when he understood that something was going to happen. She was working the room. There was no other term for it. She was moving from group to group with a deliberate, sociable efficiency that he recognized, distantly, from his study of human business culture. A behavior pattern called networking, which his research notes described as the practice of converting social proximity into professional leverage through systematic information exchange. In practice, it looked like a very friendly person asking everyone the same question. He moved closer. He arrived within earshot as she reached the Veloxy Energy Minister, a delegate named Sohn, who was on his third glass of the fermented Drythian nectar that made the reception less intolerable for species with slower metabolisms. "Minister Sohn," she was saying, "I understand the Veloxy energy infrastructure is one of the oldest systems in the Council network. Fascinating. What's your biggest operational headache right now?" Sohn, who had been asked by other delegates about his children, his legislative agenda, and his opinion of the Drythian seating arrangements, and had not once in 11 years been asked about his operational headaches, opened his mouth and told her. He told her about the grid's age. He told her about the efficiency losses in the outer conduit network, the way the biological pulse system bled 30% of its output to thermal waste at the junction points, the maintenance backlog that had accumulated over 400 years because the grid's architecture was so singular that only Veloxy-trained engineers could service it. He told her these things the way you tell a stranger about a bad knee when they make the mistake of asking how you are, not expecting help, not seeking it, just grateful for the rare experience of someone who actually wanted to know. He did not notice that she had pulled out a tablet. He did not notice the stylus moving across it. He did not notice, or he did not register as significant, that she was asking extremely specific follow-up questions about thermal output parameters and load balancing architecture and the grid's integration with the Veloxy lunar orbital network. Tavari noticed the way you notice a slow leak, not because it was loud, but because he had the sudden specific feeling that something was happening that could not be made to unhappen. He opened his log from across the room. The human female has cornered Minister Sohn. She is drawing a diagram on a napkin. The diagram appears to be a schematic. Sohn is smiling. I am noting for the record that the smile of a person who does not yet understand their situation and the smile of a person who is genuinely happy are visually indistinguishable. I am monitoring. The reception concluded at its scheduled time. The delegates dispersed. The human delegation returned to their assigned quarters, the ambassador still moving at that particular velocity she had. The one that suggested the corridor was a formality. Tavari filed his liaison report, standard format, standard language, flagged at a priority level he privately considered insufficient, and returned to his own office, where he sat for a while in the amber quiet and reviewed what he knew. He knew that the induction had been unusual. He knew that the binders were circulating through the delegate stations and that 3 council staffers had already sent him inquiries about whether the documents constituted official proposals requiring registration. He knew that Vasik had spoken to 41 of the 47 delegates during the reception, and that 22 of them had mentioned, in passing, some operational problem or systemic inefficiency that their species was currently managing, and that she had taken notes on all 22 of them. He did not know yet what she intended to do with those notes. He found out at 6 the following morning, when a subspace transmission arrived from the human delegation's quarters. It was addressed to Earth. It was marked routine. The Council's monitoring systems flagged it for his review as a matter of standard liaison protocol, and he read it sitting at his desk with his morning tea cooling beside him. The message said, "Good news. Found our first project. The Veloxy energy grid is running at 40% efficiency, thermal waste at junction points, architecture incompatible with modern load balancing. I talked to their energy minister at the reception. He doesn't know it yet, but he's already interested. I told him we'd have a proposal by Thursday. This is exactly the kind of quick win that builds trust early. Very excited. The Earth's response arrived 6 minutes later. He read it twice. Approved. Excellent initiative. Sending engineering team. ETA. Wednesday. Tavari set down his tea. He looked at the timestamp on Earth's response. He looked at the timestamp on Vasik's message. He calculated the transit time involved in sending a message from the Council station to Earth and receiving a reply. He found that Earth had apparently approved the deployment of a full engineering team and arranged their transit to Council space within 6 minutes of being asked, which meant either that faster-than-light communication worked differently for humans than the physics suggested, or that Earth had already prepared an engineering team before the proposal existed and had merely been waiting for a destination. He opened his log. The engineering team will arrive before the proposal. I am updating my concern level. I do not currently have a category for what I am experiencing. I am creating one. I am calling it structured escalation. I will know more on Wednesday. He paused. He looked at the binder sitting on his desk. She had left one at every liaison station in the building. He had found his when he arrived. He had not read it. He picked it up. He turned to the first tab, which was green. He read the first page of the first green tabbed section, which was titled, The Veloxy Energy Grid, Current State Assessment and Optimization Pathway. There were 47 green tabs. She had found 47 of them, in the reception, in 2 hours, without a data connection to any council database, just by asking 47 delegates what hurt. Tavari put the binder down. He looked at the stars through his office window for a long time. Then he made one more log entry, and it was shorter than the others, and he filed it at the highest priority level his system would allow. I am not certain this species has come to observe. I am not certain observe is a concept they possess. I will know more on Wednesday. I am not looking forward to Wednesday. Chapter 2, The Optimizing Touch. Chief Engineer Dana Kuo looked at the Veloxy energy grid for exactly 4 minutes before she said anything. The schematics had not prepared her. No schematic could have prepared her because the grid was not the kind of thing that translated cleanly into a schematic. It was the kind of thing you had to stand in front of and let your eyes adjust to, the way you adjusted to darkness, until the shapes resolved into something your brain was willing to accept as intentional engineering rather than evidence of a slow catastrophe that no one had gotten around to cleaning up. The conduits were biological. They grew from the planet's crust in looping bioluminescent arcs, pulsing with a deep rhythmic light that tracked no cycle she recognized. They were beautiful, in the way that something can be beautiful and structurally indefensible at the same time. They were also, by her preliminary calculations, bleeding approximately 30% of their output to thermal waste at every junction point, which was the engineering equivalent of heating a house by burning the furniture. She opened her assessment tablet. She began to type. This, she said to no one in particular, is held together with hope and cultural inertia. Tavari Sohn, standing behind her at the required liaison distance, made a note. The human engineering team had arrived on Wednesday, as promised. 11 people, 2 cargo transports, and an equipment manifest that the Veloxy Port Authority had flagged as unusually comprehensive before approving it, because the Port Authority had learned, in the 36 hours since the humans' arrival, that flagging something and then approving it anyway was the only protocol available to them. The Veloxy Energy Ministry had been informed that a human engineering team would be conducting a preliminary site assessment, which was the language Vasik had used in her Thursday proposal, a document that had arrived, as she had promised Voshan at the reception, exactly on schedule, and was 90 pages long, and was already being discussed in 3 separate council subcommittees, despite not technically existing yet as a ratified initiative. Tavari had read the proposal. He had read it twice, with the specific attention of a person searching for the thing that was going to cause the problem, and he had found it on page 47. The biological pulse system, while culturally significant, represents the primary source of thermal inefficiency in the conduit network. The optimization pathway requires its elimination and replacement with a continuous output fusion cascade rated for 4.7 terawatts. He had flagged this. He had sent his flag to Vasik. She had responded within minutes. Great catch. We've already accounted for the transition period. The new system will be fully operational before the old pulse is taken offline. No gap in service. The Veloxi will barely notice. He had then gone to find Kuo directly, because Vasik communicated at the speed of someone who had already finished thinking about the problem and was now explaining the solution to people who hadn't started yet, and he needed to talk to someone who was still inside the problem. What happens, he asked her, standing in the grid assessment bay, while she ran load calculations on the conduit network, to the pulse? We eliminate it, she said. It's the primary source of inefficiency. The pulse, Tavari said, is how the Veloxi sleep. Kuo stopped typing. She turned to look at him. She had the expression of a person who has just been handed a variable that her model didn't include. Could you say that again? The biological pulse of the energy grid matches the Veloxi circadian rhythm. It has matched it for 4,000 years. Their sleep cycle, their neurological regulation, their hormonal cascade, their circadian baseline, is entrained to the grid's output frequency. Veloxi children, in particular, require the pulse to sleep. Without it, that sounds like a medical issue, she said, not an engineering one. Engineer Kuo. They built their planet's nervous system around their power grid. The 2 systems are the same system. You cannot optimize one without... I hear you, she said and turned back to her tablet. I'm going to flag it in the report. She flagged it in the report. The flag was 2 sentences. The Veloxi government, presented with a full optimization analysis projecting 340% output increase and 85% waste reduction, reviewed the flag, reviewed the numbers, and approved the project. The minister who approved it would later say, in testimony before the Council's Emergency Commission, that he had read the flag and had understood it as a technical note rather than a structural warning, and that in retrospect there was a meaningful difference between the 2, and that he wished someone had explained this distinction to him before he signed the authorization. Tavari had tried to explain the distinction. He had tried 4 times. He had been told politely that the efficiency numbers were very compelling. He opened his log. The Veloxi government has approved the grid project. The vote was unanimous. I voted in the consultation process against, which is noted in the official record and will be noted in my eventual autobiography, if I survive the experience of writing it. Installation begins Monday. I am monitoring. The human engineering team worked at a speed that the Veloxi engineers assigned to observe and assist described, individually and without coordination, using the same word, alarming. Not because the work was dangerous, it was methodical, precise, and relentlessly safety compliant, but because it was fast in a way that suggested the humans had done this before, on something very like this, somewhere very like here, and had simply decided that the correct pace for replacing 4,000 years of biological infrastructure was the pace at which you replaced 4,000 years of biological infrastructure, which was to say, quickly, before anything could stop you. They stripped the outer conduit network in 9 days. The bioluminescent arcs came down section by section, crated carefully and stored. Kuo had insisted on preservation protocols, and in their place went modular fusion housings, brushed steel and plasma contained, connected by hex-bolted manifolds that Kuo's team had designed on the transit and 3D printed on site, because the Veloxy conduit geometry was irregular enough that standard couplings didn't fit. The Veloxy engineers watched. They watched the way you watch someone renovate your grandmother's house, admiring the competence, unable to fully separate the admiration from the grief. At the junction points where the remaining biological conduits met the new fusion housings, something happened that was not in the schematic. The bioluminescent material and the contained fusion plasma, brought into close proximity, produced a light that was neither the warm amber of the biological system nor the cold blue-white of the fusion cascade. It was a pale, shifting violet, a color that did not have a name in any language Tavari knew, that seemed to exist at a frequency slightly outside the normal range of perception. That was neither pleasant nor unpleasant, but simply, insistently present. He asked a Veloxy engineer what it was called. The engineer looked at it for a moment. "We don't have a word for it," she said. "It has never existed before." Tavari wrote the word thesserine in his log as a placeholder and made a note to ask someone whether unnamed colors were an indicator of cultural contamination or merely of novelty. He did not get around to asking. The moon started to wobble on day 11, and after that he stopped asking about colors for a while. The grid went live on the morning of the 12th day. Output was 340% of the old system's baseline. Thermal waste was reduced to near zero. Every metric across every monitoring station ran green. Kuo stood in the grid's primary control hub and watched the numbers for approximately 7 minutes. And then she said nominal, quietly, to herself, and her team began to celebrate in the restrained way that engineers celebrate, which is to say, they updated their documentation and permitted themselves coffee. For 11 minutes, everything was nominal. Then the moon wobbled. It was not a dramatic wobble. It was not the kind of wobble that announced itself with alarms and visible tectonic response. It was a deviation of 0.003 degrees in the moon's established orbital path, a number so small that it was, initially, flagged by the monitoring system as a calibration error and dismissed. The second flag came 40 minutes later. The third flag came 12 minutes after that. And by that point, the deviation was no longer consistent with a calibration error, and Kuo was no longer drinking coffee. The Veloxy grid, she discovered in the subsequent 90 minutes of frantic back calculation, had not been merely an energy system. The biological pulse, the very inefficiency she had eliminated, had been generating a low-frequency gravitational compensation effect for the last 4,000 years, a side effect of the conduit network's interaction with the planet's own magnetic field, canceling a subtle but persistent tidal resonance between Veloxy Prime and its largest moon. No one had known this. No one had known it because the compensation had been continuous for 4,000 years, and you cannot measure the effect of something that has never stopped. The old Veloxy engineers had not documented it because they had not discovered it. They had not discovered it because the grid had been working, and working systems do not invite investigation. The new grid was working too. It was working at 340% efficiency, and it was not compensating for anything, and the moon was wobbling. Tavari found Kuo at her desk at 2 in the morning, with 6 data screens open and 3 cold cups of coffee beside her, and a stylus she had been chewing on for what appeared to be several hours. He did not ask how serious it was. He looked at the deviation projections on the nearest screen, which showed the tidal resonance effect compounding over the next 48 hours into something the modeling software described as significant coastal disruption, and he sat down. "How do we stop it?" he said. Not a question, a request for a process. "Gravitational compensator," she said. "We need to replicate the pulse's compensation frequency artificially. I can build one. I need 3 decommissioned satellites. The Veloxy have 7 in orbital storage, and about 14 hours in whatever's in the fabrication bay." "And if we don't have everything in the fabrication bay?" She was quiet for a moment. "Field adhesive," she said. "We'll use a lot of field adhesive." He looked at her. She looked at him. 72 hours, she said. Give me 72 hours. She took 68. The gravitational compensator was a jury-rigged array of 3 decommissioned Veloxy communications satellites, connected by human-designed electromagnetic couplings and held in orbital configuration by what Kuo's official engineering report described as a frankly inadvisable amount of field adhesive applied under time pressure, which should be reviewed and replaced with permanent bonding within the next 6 months. The compensator hummed. It hummed at 0.7 Hz, which was the frequency required to cancel the tidal resonance, and which was also, as Tavari discovered when he reviewed the Veloxy biological data, precisely at the lower threshold of Veloxy children's auditory range and precisely below the threshold of Veloxy adults. The adults could not hear it. The children could. The children described it as a sound that was not quite a sound, a pressure, a presence at the edge of perception, like something very large breathing in the dark just outside the window. It did not hurt. It did not stop. It was simply there at 0.7 Hz for every hour of every day, permanent and unsilenceable, because silencing it would mean removing the compensator, and removing the compensator would mean the moon resumed its wobble, and the wobble would compound, and the compounding would eventually mean the kind of coastal disruption that coastal populations tend to find upsetting. The moon did not fall. 30% of the Veloxy coastal regions flooded anyway, from the tidal disruption that occurred in the 68 hours before the compensator was operational. 2 cities were evacuated. 12,000 square kilometers of coastline that had been stable for 40 centuries was reclassified as a flood zone. The displaced populations were housed in temporary facilities which were well organized and efficiently managed because a human logistics consultant happened to be in the area and had offered, while the compensator was being built, to help with the evacuation routing. Tavari did not have the energy to be troubled by this additional intervention. He was standing on a coastline watching the water recede and trying to locate within himself the precise threshold between a situation that was bad and a situation that was catastrophic, and finding that the threshold was located somewhere behind him, and he had crossed it without noticing. Kuo filed her official summary to Earth from the primary control hub at 6 in the morning, 2 days after the compensator went live. Tavari read it over her shoulder. It said, "Grid optimization, complete. Output at 340% of baseline. Thermal efficiency nominal. Minor gravitational side effects addressed via compensator installation. Stable. Operational. Permanent. Coastal disruption. Partial. Manageable. Addressed through existing evacuation protocols. Recommend follow-up team for coastal rebuilding assessment. The locals seem upset. Possibly cultural." Tavari read the phrase, "possibly cultural," 3 times. "Engineer Kuo," he said, 30% of the coastal population is underwater." "Right," she said, "which is a hydrology problem. Our scope was energy. We delivered on energy." She looked at him. Her expression was not defensive. It was the expression of a person who meant exactly what she had said and was prepared to explain it more slowly if necessary. "Liaison, Sohn. The grid is performing beyond every projection. I would call this a success." Tavari looked at the coastal flooding data on the screen to his left. He looked at the compensator telemetry on the screen to his right. He looked at the Thesserine light at the grid junction points, that pale, unnamed violet that had not existed before 11 days ago and would not stop existing now that they had. He opened his log. "The grid is operational. The moon is stable. The coast is flooded. An entire generation of Veloxy children will fall asleep every night to a sound at 0.7 Hz that their parents cannot hear and that cannot be removed without restarting the crisis." Engineer Kuo describes this as a success. I have been staring at that sentence for 4 minutes. I believe she is correct by every metric she was given. I also believe that every metric she was given is the most dangerous phrase in any language. I am noting for the record that the humans did not cause this problem through malice, incompetence, or negligence. They caused it through the specific and apparently boundless human capacity to solve the problem directly in front of them without looking up. He paused. He looked at the coast. I have filed a request for a meeting with High Arbiter Sonnevel. I did not tell him what the meeting is about. I am not certain I have the vocabulary yet. He did not need vocabulary. Sonnevel had already read the incident report by the time Tavari arrived. The Arbiter sat at his desk in the deep quiet of his private office. The amber of his bioluminescence subdued, his bark creaking very slightly with the specific slow tension that Tavari had seen once before in 900 years of governance. The sound a very old, very patient being makes when it is being tested in a direction patience cannot resolve. He had the report in front of him. He had read it twice. He did not ask Tavari what had happened. He already knew what had happened. What he asked, quietly, to the middle distance was, research whether the Charter of Non-Interference applies to species who interfere while smiling. He turned one ancient, furrowed branch toward his legal division communicator. I want a full precedent review, every clause, every footnote. His bio-light steadied, slow and deliberate. Find me the language. There must be language. Tavari left the office with the feeling of a man who has successfully reported a fire and is no longer certain that reporting the fire has helped. Outside the window of the corridor, somewhere above the cloud layer, a jury-rigged gravitational compensator orbited a moon that was no longer falling, humming at 0.7 hertz, permanent and unsilenceable, its pale field invisible against the dark. Below it, in the new grid's junction housings, the Thesserine light pulsed, a color without a name, the color of something that had not existed before the humans came and would not stop existing now that they had. In 11,000 homes across the Veloxy coastal settlements, children lay awake, listening to a sound their parents could not hear and could not explain and could not make stop. Chapter 3. The Aid Package. The grain field moved overnight. Not grew. Moved. 30 meters east, toward a better water source, leaving behind bare soil pressed flat in the shape of the root system that had occupied it for 11 years. The farmer who discovered it at dawn stood at the edge of that bare patch for a long time without speaking. He was a Cathori, which meant he was part plant himself, slow metabolizing, photosynthetic along his upper ridge, deeply connected to the biosphere in a way that was less metaphor and more physiology. He understood plants. He had grown up among them, tended them, read their seasonal signals the way other species read weather. He had never seen one decide to relocate. He sent a message to the Regional Agricultural Office. The Regional Agricultural Office sent a message to Elder Brahman. Brahman sent a message to Dr. Lena Marchetti, which read, Doctor, I require an explanation. The Velthorn grain field has migrated. Please respond at your earliest convenience, which I am defining as immediately. Marchetti was already on her way. She had been monitoring the adaptive compounds dispersal data from her field station, and the dispersal data had, over the past 72 hours, begun to look less like a fertilizer report and more like something she had no prior category for. She sent Brahman a reply that said, I'm coming. Don't touch the soil samples. Then she added, also, how far did it move? Then she sent a third message. Never mind. I can see it from here. The Cathori homeworld had been struggling for 300 years. Not catastrophically. It was a patient species, philosophically disposed toward scarcity, and it had adapted to declining crop yields with the quiet dignity of a civilization that had decided that less was simply the condition of things now and had built a culture around that acceptance. The forests were still beautiful. The rivers still ran. The photosynthetic communities still gathered in the long afternoon light and did the slow, collective thinking that passed for civic life on a world where half the population processed sunlight directly. It was a gentle planet that had learned to live with a gentle, persistent wound. They had not asked for help. Marchetti knew this. She had read the diplomatic record from Chapter 1. Brahman's predecessor had mentioned the crop issue at the reception the way you mention a bad knee, not expecting surgery. Humanity had shown up with the surgical kit anyway, because that was what humanity did when it had extra surgical kits in a cargo bay, and someone had mentioned a bad knee. The adaptive nutrient compound was brilliant technology. It had won an award on Earth. It analyzed local soil chemistry in real time and adjusted its molecular structure to optimize nutrient availability for whatever root system it encountered. It was, in every measurable sense, exactly what the Keth-Ori biosphere needed. Marchetti had been proud of it. She had been proud of it right up until the grain field moved, and then her pride had taken on the specific, hollow quality of a feeling that is technically still correct and contextually completely wrong. She arrived at the test field, the first field dosed 48 hours ago, and found Elder Brahman waiting for her at its edge. He was tall and slow, as Keth-Ori elders were, his photosynthetic ridge catching the morning light in deep greens, his expression carrying the particular quality of a very patient being who was currently testing the outer limits of his patience. "Dr. Marchetti," he said, "the crops are tripling in size." "That's the compound working as designed," she said. "They are also developing thorns." Marchetti looked at the nearest row. The grain stalks were, as Brahman had said, considerably larger than they had been 48 hours ago, and the outer casings had produced small, rigid projections along the upper stems. She crouched. She examined one. "Defensive adaptation," she said. "The compound interfaces with the plant's existing adaptive mechanisms and enhances them. This is—" she paused. "This is actually more responsive than our models predicted." "Doctor," Brahman said. One of the trees grabbed a drone. She stood up slowly. "A survey drone," he continued. "Automated. Conducting a routine aerial mapping pass over the eastern grove. One of the timber trees extended a secondary root structure 12 meters into the air and wrapped it around the drone's chassis. The drone transmitted for 40 seconds and then went silent. We have not recovered it." Marchetti looked at the grain field. She looked at the grove, visible on the horizon, which was both taller and denser than it had been 2 days ago, and which had, she now noticed, moved approximately 200 meters closer to the field station. "Right," she said. "We're looking into that. The good news is your crop yields are up 400%. Brahman looked at her for a long moment. "Dr. Marchetti," he said, "the crops have unionized." This required clarification. It received clarification over the following week, during which Marchetti's field reports to Earth became progressively more specific and progressively less reassuring. The adaptive compound had done precisely what it was designed to do. It had analyzed the Keth-Ori soil chemistry, identified every limiting factor in the biosphere's productive capacity, and begun systematically eliminating those factors. The problem was that the biosphere's adaptive mechanisms, the chemical signaling networks, the root communication pathways, the seasonal response cycles that the Keth-Ori flora had developed over millions of years, were not limiting factors. They were infrastructure, and the compound had not eliminated them. It had optimized them. The root networks now transmitted signals at 6 times their baseline speed. The chemical signaling pathways had developed new compounds that had no analog in the prior biosphere's chemistry. Messages the plants were sending to each other that Marchetti's xenobotany sensors could detect but not yet translate. The timber trees had developed secondary root structures capable of extending vertically, which they were using to intercept sunlight previously blocked by canopy competitors. The grain fields, surveying available water sources through root network mapping, had begun relocating toward optimal positions at a rate of roughly 30 meters per 24 hours. The fruit orchards had started doing something that her instruments described as collective resource negotiation, and that looked, from the sensor data, like the orchards were arguing about sunlight allocation and reaching binding agreements. By day 5, the compound itself was spent. It had always been a catalyst, not a continuous process, and its molecular structure had dispersed into the soil. The biosphere's evolution was now self-sustaining. The compound was gone. The changes were not. Marchetti's report to Earth on day 7 said, "The adaptive compound has exceeded projections. Significant emergent complexity beyond baseline parameters. The Tavari biosphere is demonstrating real-time evolutionary response consistent with accelerated adaptive selection. Recommend continued monitoring. The root network communication has developed what may be a rudimentary symbolic language. Also, one of the trees grabbed a drone. Unsure if hostile or curious. Leaning toward curious. Updating that assessment." She sent the report. She looked out the field station window at the grain field that had relocated itself twice since she arrived. She opened a second message to Earth and wrote, "Send a xenolinguist." Brahman's patience, which was considerable, had been worn to something thin and structural by the time he convened the Emergency Agricultural Council. He had spent 3 centuries guiding his community through careful management of a diminishing biosphere, and he had spent 10 days watching that biosphere stop diminishing and start doing something for which the Tavari language did not have a verb. The council sat in a circle, as Tavari councils did, in the long afternoon light, with the eastern grove visible through the open walls of the meeting hall, closer than it had been yesterday, its canopy catching the light in new configurations as the trees sorted out whatever disagreement they were currently resolving. "They have elected a representative," Brahman said. He said it the way you say something that you have verified multiple times and still do not believe. "The Western Grove. Through root network consensus, we believe, based on the signal patterns, that it took approximately 4 hours to propagate the vote planet-wide. The representative is the banyan tree in the central Western Grove, the one the size of a municipal building." He paused. "It has demands." The council considered this. "What kind of demands?" someone asked. "Formal ones," Brahman said. "Transmitted through root network pulse to every major agricultural region on the planet simultaneously, in a signal pattern complex enough that our translation algorithms are still working on the full content. But the primary signal is clear." He looked at his translation tablet. "It is requesting, through what our xenobotany team is describing as parliamentary procedure, that it be formally acknowledged as a political entity with standing in the regional assembly, that its territory be recognized as sovereign under Tavari land law, and that no further adaptive compounds be introduced to its root zone without prior consultation." He set down the tablet. "It has attached a list of proposed boundaries. The boundaries include the Eastern Trading District." The council was quiet. Marchetti, sitting at the edge of the circle because Brahman had insisted she attend, said, "I understand this isn't what you expected." "Doctor," Brahman said. He said it with the tone of a man who has been very patient for a very long time and is now simply going to say the true thing. "My orchard ate a survey satellite. We're still looking into that. The crops have unionized, Dr. Marchetti. They have elected a representative. It is a banyan tree the size of a municipal building, and it has demands." He looked at her steadily. "We did not request assistance. We mentioned a difficulty, at a reception, to a stranger who was making small talk. You arrived 8 weeks later with a cargo bay full of adaptive compounds and an award certificate." He paused. "The award certificate did not prepare me for the parliamentary procedure." Marchetti did not have a response that was adequate to this. She was a xenobiologist, not a diplomat, and she had the specific, hollow feeling of a person who has done exactly what they were trained to do and discovered that their training did not include the relevant chapter. "The yields are up 400%, she said. It was true. It was also, she understood, beside the point in a way she was still working out how to explain. Brahman looked at her. He was not angry. which was almost worse than anger. He was the expression of a person who has spent 300 years learning to accept less, and has now been handed more, and is not certain that more is better than less when more comes with demands and root networks, and a banyan tree that had just transmitted a formal motion to 300 agricultural regions simultaneously. "The famine is over," he said. "I acknowledge this, but Dr. Marchetti, my forests have a personality now. They have a legal philosophy. The Western Grove is prepared to litigate." He picked up his tablet. "I'm sending a message to the Galactic Council. I require guidance. This is beyond my expertise." He typed. He sent it. The message arrived at the council station 4 hours later and was routed, automatically, to Tavari Sohn's Liaison inbox, where it sat for 23 minutes before he opened it, read it, and then read it again. It said, "The humans solved our famine. They also gave our forests a personality. We require guidance. The Western Grove is demanding voting rights." Tavari did not immediately open his log. He sat with the message for a moment, in the way that a person sits with information that changes the category of the thing they are dealing with. Then he opened his log. He wrote one line. He filed it. It was the trees. Of course it was the trees. In the Western Grove on Kethor, 11,000 root tips pressed into the soil in synchronized signal, transmitting the banyan tree's parliamentary agenda to a biosphere that was, for the first time in its history, listening. The grain fields had stopped migrating for the night and settled into their new positions, thorns catching the last light. The fruit orchards had reached a sunlight agreement and gone still. The Eastern Grove was still processing the proposal about the trading district boundaries, its canopy shifting in the slow, deliberate way of a body politic that is taking the question seriously. The adaptive compound was gone. The evolution was not. And somewhere in the root network, in a symbolic language that Marchetti's xenolinguist had not yet arrived to translate, 340 million organisms were discussing what came next. Chapter 4. The Treaty of Unintended Consequences. The addendum was 12 pages long. The Trilateral Commerce Accord, which it proposed to simplify, was 1,600. Ambassador Vasik had presented it to the Council's Trade Subcommittee on a Tuesday morning, in a meeting room that smelled of old decisions and Drythian amber resin, with the specific cheerful efficiency of a person who has solved a problem that everyone else had agreed to live with. She had distributed printed copies. They were not laminated. This was, she had explained, a working document rather than a final proposal, which was why she had only brought 30 copies instead of the full council run. The copies were tabbed, 12 tabs, color-coded. High Arbiter Sonneval received his copy and began to read. His bark creaked. It was not a loud creak. It was the sound a very old tree makes when a wind arrives from a direction it has not encountered before. A structural response, involuntary, biological. The kind of sound that 900 years of governance had given him very few occasions to produce. He read the first page. He read the second. On the third page, where Vasik had defined the term reasonable tariff, a term that had been deliberately, carefully, and above all, strategically, left undefined in the original accord since the third expansion. His bio-light dimmed by approximately 15%. Tavari, reading over the Arbiter's shoulder, said quietly, "Arbiter, she's defined reasonable tariff." Sonneval said, "I know. That term has been deliberately undefined since the third expansion." "I know." They read on in silence. The Trilateral Commerce Accord had governed trade between the Veloxi, the Dravani, and the Sonohari for 9,000 years. This was, by any measure, an extraordinary achievement. 3 civilizations, each with competing economic interests, each with a different definition of fairness, each with a long institutional memory of the conflicts that had preceded the accord, sharing a single trade framework across 9 millennia without it collapsing. The accord worked because its architects had understood something that Vasik's 12 pages demonstrated she did not. that in diplomacy, clarity is not always a virtue. The 43 undefined terms were not oversights. They were load-bearing ambiguities. Each one represented a negotiation that had reached the specific, stable equilibrium of three parties, agreeing not to define a thing because defining it would require one of them to lose. Reasonable tariff was undefined because the Veloxi, the Dravani, and the Sonohari each had a different number in mind, and the number each of them had in mind was the one that favored their own trade position, and as long as the term remained undefined, each of them could believe, in good institutional faith, that the accord said what they needed it to say. The constructive ambiguity was the peace. The peace was the ambiguity. Vasik had read the entire accord, all 1,600 pages, during her third week on the council station, as part of what she described to Tavari as her Galactic Efficiency Audit, which was a phrase he had logged and flagged and subsequently lost sleep over. She had identified the 43 ambiguities as inefficiencies. She had defined them, all 43 in 12 clean pages, with clear language and specific values, because clear language and specific values were how you built a system that worked. The addendum was a gift. She had presented it as a gift. She had used that word. Sohn finished reading on page 9. He set the document down. He looked at Tavari. He said, "She's defined equitable distribution." "Yes, Arbiter." "She's defined market rate adjustment." "Yes, Arbiter." "She's defined—" He paused. His bark creaked again, longer this time. "She's defined legacy obligation. Article 441. We spent 4 years on Article 441. "I know, Arbiter." Sohn was quiet for a moment. That was not quite silence. It had weight and texture, the quality of a very old mind processing a very new problem. Then he said, "Get me the Veloxi trade delegation. Get me the Dravani military attaché. Get me the Sonohari economic minister. Do not tell them why." He looked at the addendum. "And get me the ambassador. Tell her the subcommittee would like to discuss her proposal." Tavari sent the messages. He also, because he had been doing this job long enough to know what the next 12 hours looked like, quietly updated his own calendar and cleared everything in it for the rest of the week. The meeting took 3 hours. By the end of the first hour, the Veloxi trade delegation had discovered that Vasik's definition of legacy obligation classified 3 centuries of accumulated trade credits as non-binding under the new framework, which was technically accurate because the original Article 441 had never specified whether legacy obligations were binding. And Vasik had resolved the ambiguity in the direction that the plain language of the surrounding clauses suggested, which was the direction that favored the Dravani. By the end of the second hour, the Sonohari economic minister had discovered that Vasik's definition of market rate adjustment capped tariff modification at a rate that was, under current trade volumes, favorable to the Veloxi and disadvantageous to the Sonohari by approximately 40 billion credits annually. By the end of the third hour, the Dravani military attaché had discovered that Vasik's definition of equitable distribution of strategic resource access was the one definition that managed, through the specific precision of its language, to disadvantage all 3 parties simultaneously by eliminating the interpretive flexibility each had been using to extract favorable terms. The accord, in its clarified form, was unfavorable to everyone. This was not because Vasik had been biased. It was because the original ambiguities had allowed each party to believe they were getting the better deal, and they had all been correct, and they had all been wrong, and the only way to hold that paradox together was to never look at it directly. Vasik had looked at it directly. She had helpfully eliminated the paradox. The paradox, it turned out, had been structural. The Sonohari withdrew from the accord on Friday. The Dravani imposed emergency tariffs on Saturday. The Veloxi, already managing a flooded coastline and a defaulted reconstruction fund, discovered on Sunday that the term non-binding legacy obligation applied to 300 years of accumulated trade credits they had been counting as assets, and their treasury entered what their economists officially termed structured despair by Monday morning. 3 economies collapsed across 11 days with the quiet, sequential devastation of a row of supports being removed from a building that had looked from the outside like it was holding itself up. 2 billion Sonohari lost access to imported medical supplies through trade routes that no longer had a legal framework. The Dravani military, funded by trilateral trade revenue, went on austerity measures that Korath would later describe in a classified memo as operationally degrading. The Veloxi, who had been Tavari's people, who had flooded coastlines and compensator nightmares and a generation of children who couldn't sleep, now also had no money. Tavari filed 11 separate incident reports in 11 days. He stopped counting after 11. The emergency council session convened on the 12th day. Vasik was present. She had read every incident report. She had color-coded them. Sohn addressed her from the central dais, his bio-light steady and very low, with the specific controlled stillness of a being managing something that, if unmanaged, would express itself as geological fury. "Ambassador Vasik," he said, "do you understand what has happened? 3 of your interventions have now interacted to collapse the trade infrastructure of 3 civilizations. The Veloxi grid incident displaced their coastal population and destroyed their reconstruction funding. Your addendum has now classified their legacy trade credits as non-binding, eliminating their only remaining financial buffer. You have, in 11 days, converted a manageable crisis into a cascading systems failure." Vasik listened. She nodded at the appropriate intervals. When he finished, she said, "Arbiter Sohn, with respect, the original accord was a mess. 43 undefined terms. That's not diplomacy. That's a filing error." The chamber was very quiet. Sohn said, "Those filing errors kept 3 civilizations from going to war for 9,000 years. And now they won't have to," Vasik said, "because the terms are defined, clearly." On page 4. The ambiguity was masking structural vulnerabilities that would have produced this crisis eventually. My addendum simply accelerated the timeline. If anything, Arbiter, I've given you an early warning system. She opened her tablet. I've also prepared a follow-up proposal, Addendum B, which addresses the transitional frictions. It's only 8 pages. I think you'll find it addresses most of the... Ambassador. Sohn said the word the way a tree stops growing, completely and all at once. That will be all. Vasik looked at him. She seemed, briefly and genuinely, surprised. Then she nodded, gathered her materials, and left the chamber with the specific unhurried efficiency of a person who considered the meeting concluded rather than terminated. The door closed. The chamber remained quiet. Sohn did not move for a moment. Then he turned to Tavari, and he said, very quietly, with the precision of a being choosing every word as though it were evidence, "She genuinely believes she's helped. That is the most terrifying sentence I have ever constructed." Tavari had nothing to add to this. He filed it verbatim. After the session, in the corridor outside the chamber, Sohn instructed Tavari to locate the charter provision for species containment. There was one, Article 77, Section 12, provisional containment of a member species whose actions constitute a systemic risk to galactic stability. It had been written 6,000 years ago for a species that had accidentally triggered a supernova. It had never been invoked against a species that was trying to be helpful. Tavari found it, confirmed its applicability, and began drafting the motion. He was nearly finished when he found the footnote. It was at the bottom of Article 77, Section 12, in the smallest type size the Charter's formatting standards permitted, added by the Palathi delegation during the original drafting session as a procedural safeguard that had seemed, at the time, like a reasonable protection for the accused. The footnote said that any species subject to a provisional containment motion must be formally notified of the motion and given the opportunity to submit a response before the vote. Tavari read the footnote. He read it again. He looked at the motion he was drafting. He looked at the notification requirement. He looked at the name of the species he was required to notify. He sat back in his chair. He thought about the binder. He thought about the reception. He thought about the 6 minutes it had taken Earth to approve a full engineering deployment. He thought about Vasik's eyes when Sohn had mentioned the charter during the induction ceremony. The specific, focused quality of a person who has just been told where the interesting document is kept. He thought about what would happen when the most dangerous legal instrument in the Galactic Charter was formally delivered to a woman who read footnotes for recreation. He opened his log. He wrote the entry. He did not file the motion. We are required by law to hand Article 77 to Ambassador Vasik and invite her response. She will read Article 77. She will read all of Article 77. She will read the footnotes of Article 77 and the legislative history and the exceptions carved out by the 6,000 years of species who contributed amendments. And then she will respond. I have formally requested a transfer. The request has been denied. I am going to make tea. Chapter 5. The Galactic Insurance Crisis. The model said error, insufficient data for risk categorization, and Guildmaster Pren Dalavar said, run it again. And it said error, insufficient data for risk categorization, and he said, run it again, and this had been happening for 6 hours. His deputy had stopped announcing which iteration they were on. The number was somewhere in the 40s. The model was not malfunctioning. That was the problem. The model was performing perfectly, returning a precise and accurate answer, and the answer was that it could not answer. 8,000 years of actuarial software, refined across hundreds of thousands of claims, accurate to within 0.003% on every risk event in recorded galactic history, and it had met humanity and come back with nothing. Not a range, not an approximation, nothing. Dalavar's internal light patterns were doing something his junior actuaries had never seen, a compressed, rapid cycling that the Guild's medical literature classified as acute systemic recalibration, and that his deputy classified privately as her superior dissolving in a very controlled and professional manner. Again, he said. The model ran. The model returned its answer. He stared at it for a long time. Then he called the emergency session. The Guild had insured everything. Dyson spheres, colonial ventures on gas giants, the rogue asteroid that had threatened the Dravani homeworld, priced and covered before the demolition team had finished their first cup of coffee. The Council station itself, built at a cost exceeding the GDP of several small civilizations, underwritten to within 0.003% of the final actuarial projection. Plague, invasion, the 4th-century economic collapse of the Kreth civilization, which the Guild had seen arriving in the trend data 200 years early and had priced accordingly. 8,000 years of, we have seen this before, or something enough like it, and we have a number for it. They did not have a number for humanity. The Veloxy grid payout alone was the largest single claim in Guild history, manageable, barely. But the payout had exposed the reinsurance architecture underneath it. The Veloxy grid insured by the Guild, reinsured through the Sonohari Treasury, counterinsured through the Dravani Sovereign Fund, collateral held in trilateral commerce accord bonds. Accord bonds that were worthless as of 11 days ago, and one 12-page addendum. The Keth Ori biosphere claim had landed while the Veloxy Cascade was still propagating, filed simultaneously under natural disaster, biological advancement, and, from the banyan tree's legal representative, cultural emergence, and the Guild's claims division had spent 4 days staring at it before a junior adjuster attached a note that read, in full, we need a new category. Also possibly a new job. The Accord collapse had then hit every major guild exposure at once, and the model had returned its verdict, and Dalivar had run it again and again and again. 2 days of emergency session produced one conclusion. The guild could not price humanity because human outcomes did not follow a distribution. They followed what the guild's mathematics division, after 48 hours of analysis, formally described as a creative expansion function with no observable upper bound. Every human intervention changed the parameters of the next one, compounding rather than averaging, so that additional data made the models less confident rather than more. The precise inversion of actuarial science. The guild could not ensure what it could not price. The guild could not price infinity. Dalivar's motion. Declare humanity an uninsurable hazard. The designation had existed for 6,000 years for supernovae and rogue black holes. It had never been applied to a sapient species. The session voted in 40 minutes, unanimously, and the Cascade took 48 hours to reach every corner of the galactic economy. The Veloxi could not ensure their rebuilt grid. The Keth Ori could not ensure their agricultural output. The crops were technically a new species, and the banyan tree's legal representative had filed a counterclaim that the guild's lawyers were declining to open. Any civilization considering human assistance received formal notification that acceptance would void all existing coverage. The galaxy had quarantined humanity financially and, in doing so, had split itself in two: the insured, who were safe and human-free, and the uninsured, who had made the mistake of mentioning a bad knee at a reception. Tavari read the designation from his liaison office and opened his log. The guild has classified humanity alongside supernovae. I have been staring at this for 12 minutes. I find that I am not surprised, which is itself surprising. I am monitoring. Vasik requested a meeting 3 days after the designation. Dalivar granted it. The charter required good faith engagement, and refusing would generate a response he hadn't modeled. She arrived without a binder. She arrived with a tablet and a stylus, and the focused warmth of a person who has already read everything publicly available about you and has come to discuss what isn't. She sat across from him in the guild's primary consultation chamber and looked at him the way she looked at every system she was about to improve. "Guildmaster," she said, 8,000 years of actuarial precision is extraordinary. The data architecture alone. "Ambassador," he said it quietly, like closing a door, "your species breaks our models. Not because you are destructive. We can price destruction. We have priced destruction for 8,000 years, and we are very good at it." His light patterns cycled, compressed and rapid. "You are creative, and creativity has no upper bound. We cannot ensure infinity." She looked at him. Something behind her expression shifted, genuine, warm, and faintly dangerous. "Guildmaster Dalivar," she said, "that is the nicest thing anyone in this galaxy has said to me." He looked at her steadily. "Ambassador, I intended it as an explanation of why you are uninsurable." "I know," she said. "It's still the nicest thing." She opened her tablet. "I've been thinking about the risk categorization error. Your models price static systems, species that behave predictably, whose interventions average out. Humanity isn't a static system, so the model returns an error rather than a range. But what if you modeled us as a dynamic input, a probability distribution instead of a fixed value? I have some preliminary numbers, and if it would be easier to work from primary sources." "You are requesting access to the Guild's actuarial modeling framework," he said. "I'm requesting a conversation," she said. "The database would just be more efficient." He should have said no. He knew he should have said no in the moment he said yes. But 400 years of data-driven governance had built in him a reflex toward information, and she had framed it as a consultation. And the charter required good faith engagement. And he told himself he did not yet have enough information about what a refusal would produce to justify the refusal. Standard consultation access, logged and monitored, and She thanked him and left at her particular velocity. Unhurried, purposeful, the pace of someone completing a meeting that finished in her head 10 minutes ago. He turned to his deputy. "She took it as a compliment," he said. "File that under evidence." His deputy filed it. Then she pointed at the access log, which had updated in the 40 seconds since the door closed. Vasik had initiated a full download of the Guild's actuarial database, all of it. 8,000 years of risk models, exposure data, reinsurance architecture, pricing frameworks, transferring to a human delegation server at the maximum rate the consultation tier permitted. Dalavar watched the progress bar. He watched it the way a man watches something he cannot stop and has decided, for reasons of dignity, not to attempt to stop. When it completed, he opened a channel to his mathematics division and said, "The human ambassador has the complete database. Tell me what she can build with it, before she does." The mathematics division responded 3 hours later. "We don't know. That's the problem." Dalavar sat in the silence of the consultation chamber. The access log sat in front of him. Legal, documented, unrecallable. She had 8,000 years of the galaxy's most comprehensive risk architecture, and the last time a human had been handed a large document and told she could read it, she had returned in 3 days with 47 color-coded tabs and a project already in motion. He had just handed her a larger document. He had handed her the blueprint of how the galaxy priced its own survival, and she had said she had some preliminary numbers. The last time a human had said that, the moon had almost fallen. Chapter 6. The Humanity Proofing Protocol. The document was 2,400 pages long, and Tavari had been asked to deliver it personally, which told him everything he needed to know about how the Council felt about it. It arrived on his desk at 7 in the morning in a sealed diplomatic case that required 3 authentication codes to open, which was the kind of security protocol reserved for declarations of war and binding arbitration rulings. The cover page read, Resolution 7742, the Protocol for the Managed Engagement of Humanity in Galactic Affairs. Below that, in smaller text, adopted by unanimous vote of the Galactic Council, binding immediately upon delivery to the affected delegation. He set it on his desk and looked at it for a moment. Then he looked at his tea. Then he looked back at the document. He had been appointed Chief Human Containment Liaison 6 weeks ago. He had not applied for the position. No one had applied for the position because the position had not existed 6 weeks ago and would not have existed now, except that every other senior liaison officer in the building had suddenly developed scheduling conflicts of remarkable specificity. He had been told the appointment was a recognition of his expertise. He had filed this under the growing category of things he had been told that were technically true and operationally catastrophic. He picked up the document. He picked up his diplomatic satchel. He went to deliver the most important legal instrument in galactic history to the person least likely to be contained by it. The special legislative session had taken 3 weeks, and the participation of every one of the 47 member species to produce Resolution 7742, and the results showed the effort. 914 specific restrictions on human activity, organized across 12 legislative chapters, cross-referenced and footnoted with the meticulous thoroughness of a galaxy that had spent 5 months watching its infrastructure catch fire and had decided that the correct response was paperwork. The Veloxy had contributed the Energy Infrastructure chapter, no modification of any energy system without a 500-year environmental impact study, a requirement designed specifically to prevent a repeat of the grid incident, and written by people who had lived through the grid incident and were understandably specific about it. The Kethori had contributed the Biological Intervention chapter, no introduction of adaptive compounds to any biosphere under any circumstances, including gifts, a clause that had required 4 drafting sessions because every version before the final one had contained a loophole the Tavari legal team kept finding themselves. The Sohn had contributed the financial access chapter, which prohibited human access to actuarial data, insurance models, and economic forecasting tools, with a specificity that suggested it had been written by someone who had recently watched their actuarial database walk out the door on a consultation access tier. Every species had contributed its trauma. The result was 2,400 pages of collective institutional memory organized as law, and it had passed unanimously, and every delegate who voted for it had gone home feeling, for the first time in months, that they had done something effective. Tavari knocked on the human delegation's conference room door at 9 a.m. Vasik opened it herself. She was already working, tablet in hand, stylus behind her ear, the particular energy of someone who had been up for several hours and considered this normal. She looked at the diplomatic case in his hands. She looked at his expression. Something in her own expression became briefly and precisely interested. "Liaison Sohn," she said, "come in." He came in. He set the case on the conference table. He entered his authentication codes. He opened it and placed the document in front of her. He said, "Resolution 7742, the Protocol for the Managed Engagement of Humanity in Galactic Affairs, adopted unanimously, binding immediately. The Council thanks you for your cooperation." He paused. "I am required by Charter to inform you that you have 14 days to review and submit a response." She looked at the document. She looked at him. 2,400 pages, 914 restrictions, 12 legislative chapters, a 17-step approval process for any human initiative, a mandatory cooling-off period of no less than 1 galactic standard year between proposal and implementation. She nodded slowly. "We'll have our response by Monday," she said. He left. He did not ask which Monday. He went back to his office and opened his log. "I have delivered Resolution 7742. She said we'll have our response by Monday. I have been doing this job for long enough to know that I should find out which Monday. I find that I do not want to know which Monday. I am going to find out which Monday." It was the following Monday. He found this out on Sunday evening when a 90-page document arrived in his official inbox with a delivery timestamp of 11:47 p.m. and a subject line that read, Resolution 7742, Human Delegation Response, Full Compliance Confirmation, plus Implementation Framework. He opened it. He read the first page. He read the second page. He got up, made tea, came back, and read the third page. By the fifth page, he had stopped making notes in the margins and started making notes on a separate document because the margins were not large enough. By page 20, he had called in his 2 most senior staff members. By page 40, they had stopped talking to each other and were simply reading in silence, occasionally setting down their styluses to stare at the wall. The response did not challenge a single clause of Resolution 7742. It confirmed full compliance with all 914 restrictions. And then, in the remaining 81 pages, it explained what full compliance looked like in practice. The consultation loophole was on page 6. Resolution 7742 restricted human action. It did not restrict human advice. Vasik had established, effective immediately, the Human Advisory Bureau, a free consulting service available to any species requesting optimization suggestions. Humanity would not do anything. Humanity would simply describe, in precise technical detail, exactly what it would do if it were doing anything, and the requesting species could do it themselves. The Bureau was staffed by 47 human specialists, 1 per member species, each expert in the specific infrastructure, biology, legal system, or financial architecture of their assigned civilization. The Bureau had already received 11 consultation requests in the 48 hours since Vasik had quietly announced its availability. The volunteer clause was on page 14. Resolution 7742 restricted human governments from initiating projects. It did not restrict human individuals acting in a private capacity. 400 human private consultants had established independent practices on various worlds, offering services that fell outside the resolution's scope, because the resolution addressed humanity as a collective, not as individuals. Each consultant had filed the appropriate independent contractor registration with the Council's Commercial Bureau. The filings were attached as an appendix. The appendix was 62 pages long. The research exemption was on page 22. Clause 441 of the resolution exempted pure scientific research from restrictions. Every proposed human project had been reclassified as research. The Veloxy grid optimization was now a longitudinal study in cross-species energy architecture. The Keith-Ori fertilizer compound was a botanical observation program. The Dravani logistics assessment was a comparative analysis of military supply chain methodologies across species. None of these descriptions were inaccurate. They were, in every verifiable particular, true. The gift economy was on page 31. The resolution restricted human trade and human service provision. It did not restrict gifts. Galactic Charter Article 12, written to protect the exchange of folk art and ceremonial objects, prohibited restricting the free exchange of cultural gifts between member species. Humanity had begun gifting technology, expertise, and infrastructure upgrades to requesting parties. When the Council's legal division had been consulted on this approach in confidence, it had taken them 2 hours to confirm that Article 12 did technically apply, and 3 additional hours to find any basis for challenging it, and they had not found one. Tavari read all 90 pages. Then he read the resolution again. Then he read the charter. He was looking for something, anything, that Vasik had missed. Any clause that closed the gaps she had walked through. Any language that could be used to argue that this response was not, in every measurable legal sense, complete and total compliance. He did not find it. He went to see Sohn. The arbiter was in his private office, which was the largest room in the council station, because it had to be. A Drythian of Sohn's age and status required ceiling clearance that most architecture didn't provide. He was reading something when Tavari arrived. He set it down. He looked at Tavari's expression. He said nothing, which was the Drythian version of asking. Tavari placed the 90-page response on the desk. Sohn read it. He read it slowly, in the way that someone reads something when they want to be certain they have understood it correctly before they respond to it, because responding incorrectly would be worse than the delay. He read all 90 pages. When he finished, he set it down, and he looked at Tavari, and he said, "They read all 2,400 pages." "Yes, Arbiter." "And then they read the charter." "Yes, Arbiter." "And then they read the footnotes of the charter, and the legislative history of the clauses, and the exceptions each species carved out for themselves. That appears to be accurate, yes?" Sohn was quiet for a moment. His bark creaked, once low, the sound of something very old under a new kind of pressure. "Tavari, how many loopholes did she find?" Tavari had counted. He had counted twice. 2,401, he said. The arbiter looked at the resolution. He looked at the response. He looked at the ceiling of his office, through which the station's superstructure was faintly visible in the deep amber of his bioluminescence. He said finally, in the tone of a 900-year-old being delivering a verdict he has already accepted and simply needs to say aloud, "The cage we built has more doors than walls." "Yes, Arbiter." "Get me Vasik," he said. "Not officially, not a session, a conversation." His bio-light steadied, slow and deliberate. "I want to understand how it's possible to read 2,400 pages and come away knowing it better than the people who wrote it." Tavari sent the message. He already knew what Vasik would say when she arrived. She would arrive on time, with a tablet, and she would be warm and constructive and specific, and she would explain, with complete sincerity, that she wasn't working with spirits, she was working with text. And the text said they could do everything they were doing, and she had the clause numbers tabbed if he wanted to see them. He had read the response. He had seen the tabs. She had color-coded them. Green for loopholes, yellow for ambiguities, red for clauses that contradicted each other. There were a lot of red tabs. The Human Advisory Bureau opened formally the following week. By the end of the first month, it had received consultation requests from 31 of the 47 member species, processed 412 optimization analyses, and produced detailed technical recommendations for infrastructure upgrades on 9 worlds, trade route adjustments affecting 6-star systems, and a complete restructuring of the Council's own internal records management system, which Vasik had observed, correctly, was operating at 30% efficiency and storing documents in a format that 3 of the species who needed to access them could not read. The Council's records manager had submitted the restructuring request himself after a 20-minute conversation with a Human Advisory Bureau specialist who had simply asked what his biggest operational headache was. The 400 human private consultants had, by the end of the month, embedded themselves in the infrastructure of 37 worlds. None of them were doing anything the resolution prohibited. All of them were doing exactly what humanity always did, through whatever channel was available. The gift economy was processing 17 active technology transfers. The research exemption had been filed for 42 projects. Resolution 7742 was still in force, every word of it. Humanity was in full compliance. Human influence, measured by active engagements across the galaxy, had tripled since the resolution passed. Tavari filed his monthly Liaison report and then sat for a while looking at his window, through which a human cargo transport was currently docking at Bay 14 with a manifest stamped Advisory Bureau materials, consultation documents, gifts. He opened his log and wrote the entry he had been composing in his head for 3 days. They read all 2,400 pages. Then they read the charter. Then they read the footnotes of every clause, the legislative history, the exceptions carved out by 47 species over 12,000 years of governance. They found 2,401 loopholes. They are using our own exceptions against us, the exceptions we wrote for ourselves, the carve-outs we insisted on, the ambiguities we left because they were convenient. Every protection we built into the law to preserve our own flexibility is now a door. They did not break the cage. They counted the doors. We built the cage. We built the doors. I am requesting a leave of absence for medical reasons. The reason is humans. He submitted the leave request. It was denied within the hour by automated response because the leave management system had been restructured by the Council's records manager following advice from the Human Advisory Bureau, and the new system required a supervisor's approval, and his supervisor was currently in a consultation with a bureau specialist about the Liaison Division's resource allocation model, and was unavailable until Thursday. Chapter 7. The Cooperative Initiative. Commander Drevin Korath had spent 40 years making himself impossible to surprise, and the human was asking about his paperwork. Not his weapons, not his fleet formations, his tactical doctrine, his engagement protocols, or the Dravani military's 17th century record of undefeated orbital engagements, the things every visiting delegation asked about, with varying degrees of awe and poorly concealed anxiety. Captain Elias Nguyen had been on the fleet carrier Unmoved Verdict for 6 hours, and he had spent the first 4 of them in the logistics bay with a tablet, reviewing supply chain manifests, and he was now standing in Korath's command office asking how the Dravani handled fuel transport routing around the 4th moon of their exercise system, because he had noticed that the fuel transports were taking an outer loop, and he was curious whether that was a tactical choice or a scheduling artifact. Korath looked at him. Nguyen looked back. with the specific open expression of a person who has asked a genuine question and is waiting with genuine interest for a genuine answer. He was compact, unhurried, and had the relaxed alertness of someone who considered every room a place where he might learn something useful. He had shaken Korath's hand when he arrived and said he was very glad to be here and that the unmoved verdict was an impressive vessel and that he was looking forward to the exercise. He had meant all of it. This was somehow the most unsettling thing about him. "The outer loop," Korath said, "is tactical. The debris field presents collision risk." "Right," Nguyen said, "except your navigational shielding on the transport class is rated for debris fields up to density class 4, and the field around the fourth moon is a class 2. I checked the specs on the transit." He showed Korath the tablet. "If you cut through here, you save 11% on transit time. We've got a pathfinding algorithm that could map the optimal corridor. Takes about 20 minutes to run. Happy to share it if you want." The suggestion was logistical, not tactical. It touched nothing Korath was responsible for defending. He looked at the routing map on Nguyen's tablet. The algorithm's projected corridor was, as far as he could assess in 30 seconds, correct. 11% was not a trivial efficiency gain on a fleet exercise running 47 supply transports. "If it saves time," he said, "fine." Nguyen nodded, made a note, and went back to the logistics bay. Korath watched him go. He had the distant, specific feeling of a man who has just approved something harmless and cannot identify why it doesn't feel harmless. He filed it under administrative noise and went to oversee the exercise. The Dravani fleet performed flawlessly. Textbook orbital suppression maneuver, executed with the mechanical precision of a military that had been training for this since before most galactic species had discovered metallurgy. Korath watched from the command deck with the measured satisfaction of a man who has built something that works and knows it works, and has brought witnesses specifically so they know it too. Nguyen watched from the observer station. He did not look impressed, which Korath noticed. He looked interested, which Korath also noticed, and which was somehow worse. The joint exercise was supposed to last 2 weeks. It lasted 8 because Nguyen's team kept finding things to look at. None of it was tactical. That was the detail that kept Korath from raising a formal objection. There was nothing to object to, because nothing Nguyen's team touched fell under the categories that the Dravani military security protocols covered. They were interested in maintenance scheduling, supply chain routing, communication protocol efficiency, mess hall nutrition planning, which Korath had initially dismissed as an absurdity until Nguyen had pointed out, with a specific and documented analysis, that the Dravani fleet's combat readiness metrics correlated with mess hall quality at a rate that the Dravani military had never measured because they had never thought to measure it, because the Dravani military did not officially consider food a strategic variable. Nguyen had brought ingredients. This was how the burrito happened. It was not presented as a tactical development. It was presented as what it was. A human saying he enjoyed cooking and had noticed the mess hall was running a limited protein rotation and had some ideas if anyone was interested. The crew was interested. The crew was always interested when someone offered to cook something different, because the Dravani mess hall operated on a nutritionally complete but gastronomically conservative rotation that the crew consumed without complaint, because complaining about food was not something the Dravani military did officially, even though unofficially the waiting list for the monthly shore leave rotation correlated almost perfectly with which port cities had the best restaurants. Nguyen cooked. The crew ate. Morale metrics, which Korath reviewed weekly because morale metrics were a command responsibility, shifted upward by a margin that his analysis software flagged as statistically significant. He read the flag. He filed it without comment. He did not mention the burritos in any official report. By week 6, Nguyen's team had implemented a revised fuel transport routing. The corridor through the debris field, exactly as proposed, mapped by the pathfinding algorithm, saving 11% on transit time per exercise cycle. They had restructured the maintenance scheduling to reduce downtime on carrier-class vessels by 40%. They had streamlined the communication encryption protocols to eliminate a redundancy loop that had been adding a 0.3-second lag to fleet-wide transmissions since a software update 3 years ago. A lag that no one had noticed and no one had complained about, and that the Dravani Communications Division had not identified, because a 0.3-second lag was so small as to be beneath the threshold of perceptibility, and also because the Dravani Communications Division had not run a latency audit in 3 years. The audit had taken Nguyen's team 4 hours. None of these contributions were tactical. All of them were improvements. All of them had been approved by Korath because they were logistical, and therefore not his responsibility to resist, and because each one was presented as a question rather than a directive. Have you considered, what if you tried? We noticed that the specific grammatical register of suggestions so deferential they slipped past the instincts designed to catch impositions. 22% of the Dravani fleet's logistics chain now ran on human-designed systems. Fleet efficiency was up 31%. Maintenance downtime had dropped by half. Morale was up because the food was better. And Commander Korath, sitting in his office on the morning of Day 56, reviewing his own operational reports, realized, with a slow, gathering, ice-water clarity, that he could not identify the moment it had happened. There was no single intervention, no grand gesture, no meeting where he had agreed to something consequential. Just 1,000 small suggestions, each one harmless, each one approved, accumulating into a dependency so gradual he hadn't felt it arriving. He reviewed the logistics manifest. He reviewed the maintenance schedule. He reviewed the communication protocols and the nutrition rotation and the pathfinding algorithm embedded in the transport routing system. He looked at the percentage of fleet operations that now ran on systems he had not designed, through frameworks he had not written, toward efficiencies he had not measured until a human with a tablet and genuine curiosity had measured them for him. He sat with this for a long time. Then he called Nguyen to his office. Nguyen arrived promptly. He sat in the visitor chair with the easy, attentive posture of someone who expected a conversation and was glad to have it. Korath looked at him across the desk. He said, "Captain Nguyen, I have reviewed your team's contributions over the past 6 weeks. You've modified our supply routing, our maintenance protocols, our communication encryption, and our nutritional standards. We made a few suggestions," Nguyen said. "Your people did all the work." "Yes," Korath said. "Our people did the work, using your algorithms, your scheduling models, your encryption frameworks, and your recipes." Nguyen nodded. "Is that a problem?" Korath looked at him steadily. He was, by his own private assessment, one of the most capable commanding officers in the Dravani fleet, a distinction earned over 4 decades and several engagements that his service record described in language considerably more restrained than what had actually occurred. He had never lost a tactical engagement. He had never ceded ground he did not intend to cede. He was sitting across from a compact human in civilian-adjacent military attire who had spent 6 weeks feeding his crew better food and restructuring his supply chain, and he was trying to identify with the precision his career had trained into him what exactly had been taken. "That depends," he said. "What happens when your algorithms update and we don't have the patch notes?" "You just ask us," Nguyen said. "We're happy to help." Korath was quiet. He looked at the desk. When he spoke again, he addressed the wall, which was the Dravani register for admitting something he would prefer not to be admitting. "That," he said, "that is the problem." Nguyen looked at him with the patient, genuine attention of a person who has understood and is waiting to see if more needs to be said. Nothing more needed to be said. Korath dismissed him. He watched him leave. He waited until the door was closed and the corridor outside was quiet and he was certain he was alone. Then he opened a classified channel to the Dravani High Command and began composing the most uncomfortable report of his career. The report was titled, "On the Weaponization of Courtesy, a Strategic Assessment of Human Cooperative Methods." It ran to 14 pages. He had never written a 14-page report on anything. Dravani military doctrine held that any situation requiring more than 4 pages to describe was a situation that had already been allowed to become too complicated. But he could not find a way to say what needed to be said in fewer words, because what needed to be said was new. He wrote, "The humans do not fight wars. They do not conquer infrastructure or seize systems or impose dependency through force. They optimize your infrastructure until you cannot function without them. This is not an alliance. It is a supply chain with a smile. The transition from observer to load-bearing element occurred without a single definable moment of consent. Each individual approval was rational. The cumulative effect is structural. We are dependent on systems we did not design, maintained by a species we cannot currently afford to remove." He filed the assessment. He flagged it at the highest classification level. He sat in his office and waited for High Command's response with the specific patience of a man who has done everything correctly and is not certain it will matter. High Command's response arrived 14 hours later. He opened it. He read it. He read it again. It said, "Acknowledged. Please ask the humans to stay for another rotation. Our fleet exercises are next quarter, and we would like their input on fuel logistics." Korath set down the response. He looked at the wall. He looked at the communication panel. He looked at the mess hall duty roster on his secondary screen, where tonight's dinner was listed as something Guyan had taught the kitchen staff to make on week 3, which the crew had subsequently requested so frequently that it had been formally added to the standard rotation. He looked at the word nominal in the maintenance report on his desk. His own word, in his own handwriting, in a report he had filed yesterday, without registering where he had learned it. He stared at High Command's response for a very long time. He would file a follow-up. He would file it tomorrow. Tonight he needed to sit with the specific, vertiginous sensation of a man who has spent 40 years making himself impossible to surprise, discovering that surprise does not always announce itself. Sometimes it arrives in the logistics bay with a tablet, asking about your fuel transports, and it is already inside before you have identified it as anything other than a helpful question from a friendly stranger. In the mess hall 2 decks below, something that smelled like cumin and charred protein, and a recipe from a planet none of them had visited was moving through the ventilation system, and 47 Dravani crew members were eating dinner, and without discussing it, were looking forward to tomorrow. Chapter 8. The Cascade. The diagram had taken Tavari 4 days to build, and it looked, he was aware, like the work of someone who had stopped sleeping. It covered the entire left wall of his office, a dense web of colored lines connecting project nodes to secondary effects, to tertiary consequences, to the downstream systems those consequences had touched. Each connection dated, each weight annotated, the whole thing radiating outward from 14 active human projects like a map of a contagion drawn by someone who understood exactly how contagious it was and had not yet decided whether to tell anyone. He had built it because the Council had asked him to track all active human projects, and because tracking them individually had stopped being sufficient, and because 2 weeks ago he had noticed something in the spatial data that his instincts had flagged before his analysis had caught up with them. 3 of the projects were converging: the Veloxy Gravitational Compensator, the Keth-Ori Adaptive Biosphere, the Dravani Logistics Network. All 3 touched the Keth-Veloxy Corridor, the shipping lane that ran between both homeworlds, one of the 5 busiest trade arteries in the galaxy, through which 40 billion credits of cargo moved every standard week. The compensator's gravitational field extended into the corridor's outer approach and was interfering with navigation sensors on vessels using standard autopilot protocols. The rerouted ships were passing through Tavari orbital space, where the adaptive biosphere had extended route networks into low orbit. The trees were reaching for sunlight in space, because of course they were, and those route networks were triggering the automated defense systems on passing vessels, and the defense systems were firing, and the trees were adapting to being fired upon, which meant they were growing armor. And armored space trees in a shipping lane were generating proximity alerts that were causing further rerouting. And the further rerouting was sending ships into the gravitational compensator's interference zone, which was causing more navigation errors, which was causing more rerouting, which was completing the loop. Meanwhile, the Dravani logistics algorithm, Nguyon's optimization, running on 11% faster routing, had identified the Keth Valaxi corridor as the most efficient transit path for Dravani supply ships, and had rerouted 38% of Dravani fleet resupply through it. 38% of the most efficient military logistics network in the galaxy was now feeding directly into a shipping lane clogged with armored orbital trees, gravitational interference, and cascading navigation alerts. The corridor had been degrading for 72 hours before anyone outside Tavari's office noticed. He had noticed on hour 48. He had spent the subsequent 24 hours finishing the diagram and hoping he was wrong. He was not wrong. At hour 73, the corridor's Traffic Management Authority issued an emergency closure. 40 billion credits of cargo sat in holding positions across 11 star systems, going nowhere. He called the emergency session himself. He was the chief human containment liaison. Containing this was, technically, his responsibility. He had not contained it. He was increasingly uncertain that containment was a category that applied. The council chamber had the specific quality of a room in which a great many beings are very carefully not looking at each other. Tavari set up his diagram on the central display, the full version, every node and connection, the convergence point highlighted in the deep amber he had used to mark interactions he had not predicted from any individual project's behavior. 47 delegates looked at it. Most of them had the expression of people recognizing something they had hoped would not be recognizable. Sohn studied it in silence for a long time. Then he said, "How many of these connections did the humans intend?" "None of them," Tavari said. "That is the problem. They are not planning this. They do not need to plan this. Human interventions self-organize into cascades the way water self-organizes into rivers. They find the path of least resistance and they flow. The compensator was not designed to interfere with corridor navigation. The biosphere was not designed to extend into orbital space. The logistics algorithm was not designed to route through a compromised corridor. Each system did exactly what it was designed to do. The interactions were emergent. No human anticipated them. No human planned them. They happened because 3 optimized systems were operating in proximity, and optimization, at sufficient density, generates its own gravity. The chamber was quiet. Sohn looked at the diagram. Delegates from the Valaxi delegation and the Tavari delegation were looking at each other with the expressions of species who had each been blaming the other for the past 3 days, and were now confronting the possibility that the correct target of their frustration was standing at the front of the room with a tablet and a stylus and the expression of someone who had been hoping to get to this part of the conversation. Vasik had been invited to the session because the charter required notification of the affected delegation before any emergency action. She was standing to the right of the central display, which meant she had an excellent view of the diagram. She had been looking at it since it went up. She was still looking at it. Her expression was not defensive. It was not apologetic. It was the expression of someone who has been handed a map they didn't know existed and is reading it very fast. She said, "Liaison Sohn, this is excellent work. Have you considered publishing this? The interconnection modeling alone is Ambassador." Tavari said it in the register he had developed specifically for this. Flat, precise, the verbal equivalent of a closed door. The point of the diagram is that your species is destabilizing galactic infrastructure through emergent complexity. Right, she said, and you've mapped it. That means we can predict the next cascade. That means we can model the cascade, run it forward, identify the highest risk convergence points, get ahead of them. Do you see where I'm going with this? He saw exactly where she was going with this. He had seen it before she finished the sentence. It was the same place she always went, through the problem and out the other side, already holding the solution, already thinking about the proposal. He excused himself and went to stand near the back of the chamber, where he could see both the diagram and the door. And he breathed carefully and thought about nothing for approximately 30 seconds. Sohn addressed her from the dais. His biolight was low and steady, the amber of deep patience under deep pressure. Ambassador Vasik, do you understand what has happened? 3 of your projects have interacted to shut down a trade corridor used by 47 species. I do understand, Arbiter, she said, and I want to acknowledge that the corridor situation is regrettable. But I would also like to point out that this cascade has revealed 17 previously unknown dependencies in your trade infrastructure. Load-bearing connections between systems that no one had mapped, that no stress model had identified, that would eventually have failed on their own under normal operational pressure without anyone understanding why. We have essentially given you a free stress test. Sohn said, we did not request a stress test. The best stress tests, Vasik said, are the ones you don't see coming. That's what makes them tests. She looked at him steadily. Arbiter, I'm not here to minimize what happened. I'm here because you asked me to be, and because I believe we can address it. The same teams that built these systems are the only ones who can interface with all 3 simultaneously. I'm proposing an emergency corridor restoration task force, human engineering, working with Veloxy, Tavari, and Dravani specialists. 48 to 72 hours to clear the primary blockage and establish a stable transit protocol. I have a draft plan. It's only 12 pages. The chamber did not laugh. It had the quality of a room full of beings who were aware that laughing would be inappropriate and were managing this awareness with varying degrees of success. Sohn looked at her for a long time. He looked at the diagram. He looked at Tavari, at the back of the chamber. He said, to no one in particular, they have become the only available cure for the disease they carry. Tavari had been going to put that in his log. He wrote it down anyway. The corridor restoration took 14 days, not 48 hours, because 14 days was how long it took to develop a transit protocol that accounted for the compensator's interference zone, the biosphere's orbital route network, and the Dravani logistics algorithm's routing preferences simultaneously, 3 systems that had never been designed to coexist and were now required to, permanently, because none of them could be removed. The compensator could not be deactivated without restarting the moon's orbital decay. The biosphere's route network could not be pruned without triggering a defensive response from the trees that would make the armoring problem significantly worse. The Dravani logistics algorithm could not be rolled back without degrading fleet resupply efficiency by 22%, which Korath had made clear in a message of 4 words to Vasik. This is not acceptable. Was not a degradation the Dravani military was prepared to absorb. The transit protocol required vessels to navigate a specific corridor path that threaded between the compensator's interference zone and the outer boundary of the biosphere's orbital presence, at a speed that minimized proximity alerts using a navigation adjustment package that Kuo's team developed, and that vessels in the corridor were now required to install before transit. The package was free. Kuo had distributed it herself, by gift, under Galactic Charter Article 12. She had included documentation. It was 37 pages. Cargo flow resumed on day 15. The Veloxy corridor was open. It was 11% slower than it had been before the closure, required a navigation package that no one had needed a month ago, and was flanked on one side by armored trees that the Tavari government was still in parliamentary negotiations with over the question of orbital territorial sovereignty. It was, by any reasonable definition, worse than it had been before. It was also, by the specific definition that governed the galaxy's current situation, the best available outcome. Tavari filed the incident report. He filed it under a new category he had created 2 weeks ago: Emergent Cascade, Human Interaction, Multi-System. He had suspected when he created the category that it would receive multiple entries. He had not expected the second entry to arrive before the ink was dry on the first. It arrived that afternoon. A report from the Guild flagging a new reinsurance exposure generated by the navigation package distribution, which was being processed as a human-adjacent activity under the Guild's current exclusion framework, which meant the corridor was now operating with a navigation system that was legally uninsurable. He forwarded it to Dalavar. Dalavar forwarded it back with a note that said, "Confirmed. We are aware. We are working on a new actuarial subcategory. We expect to have a preliminary pricing model within 6 months, assuming no further cascades alter the parameters." He had underlined, "assuming." Tavari sat with the forwarded report for a while. He looked at the diagram on his wall, which he had not taken down because he had the instinct that he was going to need it, and the certainty that taking it down and rebuilding it would be worse than leaving it up. He looked at the corridor restoration protocol document, 37 pages, distributed as a gift, currently installed on 4,000 vessels. He opened his log. They have become the only available cure for the disease they carry. I am noting for the record that I did not originate this observation. Arbiter Sonneval said it in open session, and I have merely filed it, because it is the most accurate single sentence that has been produced about this situation since the humans arrived. The corridor is open. The navigation package is installed on 4,000 vessels. The trees are still in orbit. The moon is still humming. The logistics algorithm is still routing. The diagram is still on my wall. I have added 6 new nodes since the session. This is not a metaphor. This is a business model. I am going home. He did not go home. He stayed for another 4 hours because a second Cascade cluster had appeared in the diagram's northern quadrant. 4 human advisory projects whose secondary effects were intersecting around the Sonuhari financial exchange infrastructure. And he needed to finish mapping the convergence points before he could estimate how long they had before it closed. He estimated 3 weeks. He was wrong. It took 2. Chapter 9. The Audit. Senior Auditor Maven Cole had been in the archive for 11 hours, and every single document was in order, which was the most alarming thing she had ever encountered in 300 years of auditing. She was Sonuhari, which meant her internal processes were visible, and right now the light patterns beneath her translucent skin were doing something her junior analyst, watching from the doorway, had never seen. A very slow, very even pulse, like a system running at precisely calibrated speed to avoid generating heat. 300 years. 47 civilizations audited. 712 violations found, documented, prosecuted. Not a single audit in her career had returned 0 findings at the 11-hour mark. 0 findings at the 11-hour mark meant either the subject had nothing to hide, or the subject had hidden everything so completely that her standard methodology could not locate it, and in 300 years of auditing, she had learned that the former was a theoretical category, and the latter was how careers ended. She pulled the next file. It was labeled in clean human typeface, Human Advisory Bureau, Veloxy Energy Consultation, Complete Documentation. She opened it. She began to read. The documentation was immaculate. The Galactic Compliance Office had dispatched her 6 weeks after the Keth Veloxy corridor incident, with a mandate that her supervisor had described, in the kind of language that meant the institution was frightened, as comprehensive and definitive. She was to audit every human project, initiative, consultation, and gift exchange conducted since first contact. She was to identify violations of the Charter, Resolution 7742, the Trilateral Commerce Accord Framework, the Underwriters Guild Exclusion Protocols, and any other applicable legal instrument. She was to find the thing that justified the action the Council wanted to take but could not take without legal grounds. She had been given this assignment because she was the best. She had accepted it because she had never failed, and she did not intend to begin. Vasik had received her with the specific warmth of a person who had been expecting this visit and had used the intervening time productively. She had shown Kael to a dedicated audit workspace on the human delegation's floor, a clean room with full data access, a comfortable chair, and a standing refreshment station that had been stocked, she noted, with the specific beverages the Sonohari physiological profile indicated she would prefer. This level of preparation was itself data. She filed it under subject behavior, anomalous, cooperative. "Everything is available," Vasik had said. "Every document, every communication, every project file, every gift record. We've organized it by date, by project, and by regulatory category. The regulatory category index cross-references every action against the applicable charter clauses, Resolution 7742 restrictions, and the Guild's human-adjacent activity exclusion protocols. If you need anything that isn't in the index, my team is available." She had paused. "I've also left you something I thought you might find useful." She had placed a book on the desk, a physical book, printed on paper, dog-eared and dense with margin notes in at least 3 different inks. The cover read, "Getting Things Done, the Art of Stress-Free Productivity." "It's our procedural manual," Vasik had said, "more or less. It explains a lot of the organizational methodology behind how we document and process work. It might help contextualize some of what you find." Kael had set it aside. She had picked it up at hour 4 when the documentation's organizational logic had begun to display a coherence she needed to understand in order to audit it properly. She had not put it down since. The Veloxy Energy Consultation file was 1,240 pages. It contained the original project proposal, the Veloxy government's authorization, Kuo's full engineering assessment including the 2-sentence flag about the pulse system, every communication between the human team and the Veloxy engineering division during installation, the compensator design specifications including the field adhesive notation, the coastal evacuation routing records, Kuo's official summary, and the full incident report filed with the Council. It also contained a 47-page legal brief, prepared by the human delegation's contract lawyers, documenting the precise charter and resolution provisions under which each project action had been conducted and confirming compliance with each provision cited. The legal brief was time-stamped 3 days before Resolution 7742 had passed. They had filed it in anticipation of the audit. They had known the audit was coming before the Council had formally decided to conduct one. Kael read this 3 times. She filed it under subject behavior, anomalous, prescient. The Keth Ori biosphere file was 908 pages, similarly organized, similarly annotated, with a supplementary section addressing the banyan tree's legal standing under Keth Ori regional governance frameworks, and a footnote confirming that the adaptive compound, as a spent catalyst rather than an ongoing intervention, did not fall within Resolution 7742's biological intervention restrictions because the resolution addressed active introductions and the compound had ceased to be active before the resolution passed. The footnote cited the specific clause. It cited the legislative history of the clause. It cited the Keth Ori government's own legal analysis, which the human delegation had apparently requested, received, and incorporated into their compliance documentation before any audit had been initiated. The Dravani logistics file was 631 pages. The corridor Cascade file was 412 pages and contained Tavari's own diagram, properly cited, alongside a human-generated analysis demonstrating that the Cascade, while emergent, had not violated any provision of any applicable legal framework. because no provision addressed emergent interactions between separately compliant systems. The human delegation had not caused a violation. They had identified the gap in the law that would have needed to exist for what they did to be a violation, documented the gap's existence, and noted that they remained available to assist in drafting remedial legislation if the Council wished to close it. They had offered to help write the law that would restrict them. Cole set down the corridor Cascade file. She looked at the wall of the audit workspace. She looked at the book in her hand. She had read it twice now, the margin notes as much as the text, and she had found in it the specific organizing philosophy that produced the documentation she had been reading for the past 11 hours, a system for capturing every action, every decision, every pending item, every completed task, into an externalized structure so comprehensive and so current that no action existed outside the record. Nothing happened off the books because the books were the first place anything happened. The paper trail was not evidence of work. The paper trail was the work itself, conducted in public, in real time, with full annotations, in a format designed to be reviewed by exactly the kind of person who is currently reviewing it. She opened her audit log for the first time since entering the archive. She wrote a single line: "I am experiencing a moderate level of concern." This, in Cole's notation system, meant she was more frightened than she had ever been in her professional life. She requested a meeting with Vasik at hour 37. She had been going to wait until the audit was complete, but the audit was not going to be complete in any sense that she recognized, because completion implied a finding, and she had not found anything and was increasingly certain she was not going to. She needed to understand something that the documents could not tell her, which was how this was possible. Vasik arrived at the audit workspace within 10 minutes, with a tablet and the focused warmth of a person who has been waiting for this conversation. She sat across from Cole and looked at her with the attention of someone who understood that this meeting mattered and was prepared to have it carefully. "Auditor Cole," she said, "how can I help?" Cole looked at her for a moment. Then she said, 47 civilizations, 300 years, 712 violations. I have never, not once, not in 3 centuries, audited an organization of this complexity and found a record this clean. The average audit of a similarly scaled operation surfaces between 30 and 60 compliance gaps in the first 48 hours. You have 0 at 37 hours. She paused. I need you to explain to me how that is possible, because the alternative explanation is one I am not prepared to accept. Vasik looked at her steadily. What's the alternative explanation? That the violations exist and I cannot find them, Cole said. That the documentation is not evidence of compliance, but a structure built specifically to make violations invisible. That you have spent 5 years constructing a paper trail so comprehensive that it functions as a shield rather than a record. Vasik was quiet for a moment. Something in her expression shifted. Not defensiveness, not discomfort, but the quality of a person deciding how honest to be and settling on completely. Auditor Cole, she said, the documentation is comprehensive because we document everything, not to hide anything, because documentation is how we think. It's how we plan, how we communicate, how we build. A project that isn't documented isn't a project yet. It's just an idea. The paper trail isn't a shield, it's the foundation. She paused. But I want to ask you something. In 300 years of auditing, what would you do if you found an organization where the paper trail itself was the weapon, not evidence of wrongdoing, the mechanism of it? Cole looked at her. The light beneath her skin moved in slow, careful patterns. I would find the violation in the paper trail itself, she said. And if the paper trail itself is the weapon? Cole was quiet. She looked at the audit workspace wall. She looked at the stack of files, 1,240 pages, 908 pages, 631 pages, 412 pages, and 37 additional project files she had not yet opened, each one meticulously organized, cross-referenced, pre-audited by the subject of the audit itself. She looked at the book on the desk. She looked at Vasik. Vasik said with a slow smile that was warm and precise and entirely serious, "Then I'd say you're starting to understand us." Kael filed her audit report 14 days after entering the archive. It was the longest report she had ever written and the only one in her career that did not contain a findings section, because the findings section required findings and she had none. The report ran to 63 pages, and its conclusion read, in the measured, grammatically flawless prose she had spent 300 years refining. The human delegation's activities, reviewed in their entirety across all applicable legal frameworks, are in complete and continuous compliance with every applicable provision of galactic law. No violation has been identified. No violation is indicated by the documentary record. The absence of violation is not incidental. It is structural. The human delegation does not avoid violations. It anticipates them, documents against them, and operates within a procedural framework specifically designed to ensure that no action exists outside the record. She had written the next paragraph 4 times before she found language adequate to what she needed to say. The final version read, "The implication for the Council is the following. The current legal framework is not capable of constraining human activity through compliance mechanisms because human activity is fully compliant. Constraining human activity through legal means would require the construction of laws that prohibit not violations, but competence. Specifically, the competence to identify gaps in existing law, document actions to fall within those gaps, and operate at a level of organizational thoroughness that the law has never been required to address because no prior species has demonstrated it. In plain terms, we would need to outlaw competence. This office does not recommend this approach, as it would require outlawing most of what the Council itself does. This office has no further recommendations at this time." She submitted the report. She sat in the audit workspace for a while after submitting it, in the specific quiet of a person who has done their job completely and found that their job has reached the end of what it can do. The light beneath her skin moved slowly, settling into a pattern she recognized as the physiological signature of a mind revising its fundamental assumptions, the Sonuhari equivalent of a long, deep breath. She picked up the book. She turned to the margin notes. She read them again. The annotations in 3 different inks, the dog-eared pages, the underlining that varied in pressure from light to heavy in a way that tracked if you knew how to read it, the exact sequence in which the owner's understanding of the system had deepened. She turned to the inside front cover, where a single line had been written in the most recent ink, neat and unhurried. It said, "The system that documents itself is the system that cannot be audited. It can only be understood." Kael looked at it for a long time. Then she took out her own stylus, the one she had carried for 300 years and never replaced, and wrote in the margin beside it, "Interesting." In Kael's notation system, this meant, "I have just discovered something that changes my understanding of the universe." Chapter 10. The Displacement. The sign on the wall of Bay 37 said, "This facility optimized by Human Logistics Core. We're happy to help." Beneath the text, someone had drawn a smiley face. Tavari stood in front of it for a long time. Around him, 2.3 million displaced beings moved through a station designed for 50,000, in rows that were clean, marked, and efficiently routed, because 3 months ago a human logistics consultant had passed through the Sonuhari Veloxy neutral transit hub on what he had described as a connecting transit, and had noticed, with the specific alertness that Tavari had learned to recognize as humanity's most dangerous reflex, that the station's evacuation routing was suboptimal. The consultant had stayed for 6 days. He had not charged for his time. He had described his contributions as minor suggestions. The station now ran with the quiet, frictionless efficiency of a system that had been designed from the beginning to handle exactly this load, which it had not been, and could not have been, because this load had not been imaginable when the station was designed. It was imaginable now. The load was here, and it was organized. Tavari walked the rows. He walked them the way he had been walking them for 3 hours, with the specific methodical attention of someone who is trying to understand a thing by moving through it rather than looking at it from outside. The Sonahari merchants whose trade businesses had collapsed when the Trilateral Accord dissolved. The Veloxi coastal families relocated after the grid incident, living in temporary quarters on a space station because their homes were in the flood zone, and the flood zone had been created by a gravitational compensator that was still up there, still humming at 0.7 Hertz, still keeping the moon in orbit. The Keth Ori farmers whose land the forests had claimed through root network expansion since the adaptive compound had given the biosphere ambitions. All of them here, all of them fed, sheltered, documented, and processed through a logistics chain that routed through human-optimized systems at every link. He stopped at a food distribution station. A Sonahari woman was collecting her family's allocation, a meal package, nutritionally calibrated, efficiently distributed, part of a supply chain that the transit hub's original infrastructure could not have managed and that the human consultant had redesigned in 6 days. She looked at the package. She looked at Tavari, who was in liaison uniform and therefore identifiable as council staff. She said, "They took my livelihood and then they gave me a meal plan. I don't know if I should be grateful or furious." She paused. "The meal plan is excellent." Tavari wrote it down. He wrote it down because it was the most accurate description of the situation he had encountered, and because he had been trying to write the situation accurately for 3 months, and because a woman in a food line had just done it in 2 sentences. He kept walking. He was looking for Marchetti. She had come back quieter. That was the first thing he had noticed when she arrived at the council station 2 weeks ago. Not the posture, not the expression, not the specific way she held herself differently than she had in the Keth Ori briefings, but the quality of the silence around her, which was the silence of someone carrying a weight they had decided not to put down. She had spent 4 months on Earth. She had filed reports. She had answered questions before the Council's Oversight Committee. She had, as far as Tavari could tell from the official record, conducted herself with complete professional composure throughout every proceeding. The weight was not guilt exactly, or not only guilt. It was the weight of someone who had looked at the Keth Ori outcome, and the Veloxi outcome, and the Accord collapse, and the corridor incident, and the 2.3 million beings in a station built for 50,000, and had done the specific, unpleasant arithmetic of what they all had in common, and arrived at an answer they could not unarrive at. He found her in Bay 19 at a transit coordination desk, reviewing resettlement logistics with a Keth Ori family liaison. She had a tablet. She was asking questions with the focused attention of someone who had learned, recently and at cost, to listen to the answers before moving to solutions. She finished with the liaison, made notes, and looked up and saw Tavari. "Liaison Sohn," she said. "Dr. Marchetti," he said. "A moment." They stepped aside into the quieter corridor between bays. She waited. He had been preparing what he wanted to say for 3 days, and had not found a version that was both true and fair, and had settled on true. "You're proposing a remediation initiative," he said. "Human resources, human logistics, human engineering, directed at the resettlement and recovery effort." "Yes," she said. "Dr. Marchetti," he said. "The displacement crisis was caused by human assistance. You are proposing to address it with more human assistance. Do you not see the recursion?" She looked at him. She did not look away, which he had been expecting. She did not offer a defense, which he had also been expecting. She said, "I see it. I also see 2.3 million people on a station built for 50,000. What's your alternative?" He did not have one. He had spent 3 days looking for one, specifically so he would have it for this conversation, and he had not found it. The galaxy's own relief infrastructure was underwritten through the Guild, which had excluded human-adjacent situations from coverage, which meant almost every displaced population currently in need, because every displacement crisis currently active had human activity somewhere in its causal chain. The Council's emergency funds had been depleted by the Accord collapse. The Dravani military, which had the logistics capacity to assist, was running on reduced efficiency because its human-optimized supply chain was at capacity supporting its own fleet operations. The only entity in the galaxy with both the resources and the organizational capacity to manage a resettlement effort of this scale was the species that had made the resettlement effort necessary. He approved the initiative. He did it standing in the corridor between Bay 19 and Bay 20 without ceremony, because ceremony would have made it feel like a decision, and he needed it to feel like what it was. The only available move on a board that had been arranged by a sequence of previous moves he had not stopped in time. "Tavari," Marchetti said after a moment. She said it the way she said things when she was going to say the true thing rather than the useful thing. "I turned a planet's agriculture into a sentient nation-state. I understand better than anyone. But those people in that station need food and shelter and transit off a structure that is at 4,600% capacity. I can give them that. The question is whether your pride is worth more than their lives." He looked at her. He said, "That's not fair." She said, "No, but it is accurate." He opened his log that evening and wrote the entry he had been composing since he left the station. "I have authorized the species that caused the flood to build the Ark. I am aware of the irony. I am also aware that the Ark will work. That is the worst part." The remediation initiative was good. He reviewed it in detail over the following week, because approving it without understanding it was not something he was prepared to do, and because understanding it was the only form of control remaining to him. It was careful. More careful than anything humanity had produced in the preceding months, drafted with the specific attention of people who had been watching their interventions cascade and had decided that this one would not. It included input from every affected species. It had rollback provisions, which previous human projects had not. It had defined scope limits, which previous human projects had also not. It was, by the standards Tavari had developed for evaluating human proposals, genuinely good work. He was on page 41 of the logistics framework when he noticed the pattern. It was not hidden. That was the first thing he registered. It was not concealed, not obscured, simply present in the data in the way that a shape is present in a picture until you see it and then cannot unsee it. The supply depot positioning, the personnel distribution, the infrastructure hardening priorities, all of it was consistent with the stated mission of resettlement and recovery, and all of it was also consistent with something else. A configuration that did not match the refugee crisis. A configuration that matched a different problem. A larger problem. A problem that the remediation initiative's stated scope did not reference, and that Tavari could not yet name, because he did not yet have enough data to name it, only enough to know that it was there, and that humanity was positioning for it. He went to find Marchetti. She was in the Logistics Coordination Center, 3 hours into an overnight shift, surrounded by supply manifests and transit schedules and the specific organized intensity of someone who has decided that working is better than not working and has made peace with the hours this requires. She looked up when he came in. She read his expression. "You found something in the logistics framework," she said. It was not a question. "The supply depot configuration," he said. "The infrastructure hardening sequence. The personnel distribution in the outer systems. It doesn't match the refugee crisis, Dr. Marchetti. The configuration matches something else, something larger." He set down his tablet. "What are you preparing for?" She looked at him for a moment. The weight he had noticed when she arrived was visible now, in the specific way that a weight becomes visible when the person carrying it is deciding whether to put it down. She said, "Contingency planning. We like to be prepared." Prepared for what? She looked at him steadily. She said, "We'll brief the council when we have more complete data. It's preliminary." She did not say what she was preparing for. She returned to her manifests. He stood for a moment in the Logistics Coordination Center, surrounded by the infrastructure of an initiative that was helping 2.3 million beings and was also, simultaneously, building something whose shape he could see in the data and whose purpose he could not yet name. He had been the chief human containment liaison for 8 months. He had learned in that time that humanity's sincerity was not in question. They believed everything they said, including contingency planning and preliminary, and "we'll brief the council when we have more complete data." The question was never whether they were telling the truth. The question was what the truth was sitting on top of. He went back to his office. He went back to the diagram, which had grown again. 12 new nodes since the corridor session. The Sohn financial exchange cluster fully mapped now, its cascade already propagating. He looked at the supply depot positions from the Remediation Initiative logistics framework. He plotted them on the diagram. He looked at where they fell. They fell in a pattern he did not recognize, a pattern that did not match the refugee crisis or the corridor cascade or any of the active human projects he was currently tracking, a pattern that, if he extended the lines outward, pointed toward something at the galaxy's edge. Something in an area of space the diagram had not previously needed to address. Something in the region the Council's navigational surveys had always classified, without much attention, as the neutral expanse. He looked at the diagram for a long time. He thought about what Marchetti had not said. He thought about the engineering team that had arrived before the proposal, about the 6 minutes it had taken Earth to deploy them, about 47 green-tabbed quick wins identified at a reception from conversations with delegates who had mentioned their operational headaches in passing. He thought about what kind of species arrives at a galactic community it has never visited with a 340-page binder already written. He opened his log. He wrote the entry. He did not file it under any standard category because the standard categories did not apply to what he was beginning to suspect. Contingency planning. We like to be prepared. I have been thinking about this phrase for 4 hours. I have been thinking about what it means for a species to be prepared for something before they have identified it. I have been thinking about the supply depots and the infrastructure positions and the pattern in the logistics framework that does not match the refugee crisis. I have been thinking about the neutral expanse. I have been thinking about a binder that was written before the proposal existed. I am beginning to think that the proposal was never the point. I do not yet know what the point is. I am going to find out. I find that I am afraid to. Chapter 11. The Ambassador's Panic Room. The panic room was built into the wall of every ambassador's office on the council station, behind a panel marked with a symbol that translated, across 47 languages, as the approximate equivalent of "in case of emergency." It was 2 meters by 2 meters, reinforced, atmospherically sealed, and stocked with 3 days of species-appropriate provisions. It had been installed 8 months ago after the Kael corridor incident, by unanimous council facilities vote that had passed in under 4 minutes, a speed that Tavari, reviewing the session record, had noted was the fastest unanimous vote in council history, including the 2 emergency sessions held during actual military engagements. Ambassador Jenth Mallory of the Palathi had been on the council station for 6 hours, and she had been staring at the panic room panel for approximately 4 of them, because the humanity awareness briefing that filled the other 2 had ended with Tavari pointing at it and saying, "Standard installation. Every office. Approved unanimously. If Ambassador Vasik approaches you with a proposal, enter the room and contact this office." He had given her a card. The card had an emergency frequency. The frequency was staffed at all hours. She had looked at the card and then at the panel and then at Tavari with the expression of a young diplomat encountering institutional trauma she had not yet earned. With respect, Liaison Sohn, she said, I think you're all being rather dramatic. Tavari looked at her. She was young. The Palathi measured youth differently than most species, but by any metric she was new, idealistic, and possessed of the specific confidence of someone who had read the history without having lived through the smell of it. She had large, forward-facing eyes that communicated openness, a Palathi physiological feature that was generally accurate and currently, in Tavari's assessment, a liability. She believed in collaboration. She had said so 3 times during the briefing. Ambassador Mallory, he said, the Palathi's own enthusiastic phase lasted 2 centuries and resulted in 1 uninhabitable moon. Exactly, she said. 1 moon. The humans have only been here 5 years, he said. In 5 years they have destabilized a moon, awakened a biosphere, collapsed 3 economies, broken a 9,000-year-old treaty, made the galaxy's strongest military dependent on their meal planning, and caused the largest refugee displacement since the 4th expansion. He paused. In 5 years. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, in 5 years? In 5 years. She looked at the panel. She looked at the card. She said more quietly, where did you say the panic room was? The post-briefing reception was held in the Council's tertiary hall, which was the same room where, 18 months ago, Vasik had cornered Minister Voshan with a napkin schematic and the operational headache that had ended with a flooded coastline and a generation of children who couldn't sleep. Mallory knew this. She had been briefed on it. She walked into the room with the card in her pocket and the panic room's location memorized, and the full intention of conducting herself with appropriate caution. She approached Vasik directly. This was the part Tavari had not anticipated, because no ambassador had approached Vasik voluntarily in 18 months. The standard diplomatic protocol had evolved, through collective institutional trauma, into a system of strategic avoidance that the Dravani military attaché maintained via a color-coded alert board, and that the Veloxy energy minister maintained via a standing arrangement with his assistant to always have a conflicting appointment available. Mallory walked across the tertiary hall, introduced herself, said she believed their species had a great deal to learn from each other, and said that the Palathi were constructing a new deep space communications array and she would love Vasik's input. The room went quiet in the specific way it had learned to go quiet when a human was offered a project. Tavari's hand moved toward the emergency frequency card before he had consciously decided to reach for it. The Veloxy energy minister, who was near the refreshment table, set down his glass with the careful deliberateness of a man setting down something fragile. The Dravani military attaché across the room went still in the way that military officers go still when they have identified a threat and are deciding whether the protocol calls for response or documentation. Sonnevel, at the far end of the hall, closed his eyes. Vasik's face moved through an expression that Tavari had learned to read in the same way you learn to read weather. Not as a feeling, but as a forecast. The focused interest first, then the specific brightening that meant she had already started. I would be delighted, she said. We have some experience with communications infrastructure. Let me get my team on a call. Are you free Thursday? Thursday's perfect, Mallory said. The room did not collectively exhale, because exhaling would have required belief that the worst was not still coming, and no one in the room held that belief. The Dravani attaché sent a coded message to Fleet Command. The Palathi have invited the humans in. Raise readiness to level 3. The Veloxy energy minister poured himself a drink and did not put it down again. Tavari turned to his secondary staff member and said quietly, Begin documentation on the Palathi Communications Array project. Full record. I want everything from the first message. He paused. For the inquest. Sonnevel opened his eyes. He said to Tavari very quietly, Document everything. I want a complete record this time. Yes, Arbiter. For the inquest. Yes, Arbiter. They watched Mallory and Vasik exchange contact details with the easy warmth of 2 beings who have just discovered a shared interest, which was accurate and also, in the specific context of this galaxy and this room, the most alarming thing Tavari had seen in a week that had contained several alarming things. He documented it. He documented the contact exchange, the meeting confirmation, the specific expression on Mallory's face, which was the expression of a person who has done something she was warned against and has decided the warning was overstated, and the specific expression on Vasik's face, which was the expression of a person who has just found the next project. Thursday came. The meeting lasted 4 hours. Tavari was not in the meeting. It was a private consultation between two delegations, conducted under the Human Advisory Bureau's standard framework, which meant it was logged but not surveilled. He reviewed the summary report that evening. It was 12 pages. It contained, on page 3, a detail that stopped him. The Palathi communications array was to be located in the neutral expanse. He read that sentence 3 times. He read it the way he had been reading things for the past 3 weeks, with the specific attention of someone who has been looking at a pattern in the data and does not yet have enough pieces to name it, but has enough to know that each new piece that fits the pattern is not a coincidence. The neutral expanse. The supply depot positions from the Remediation Initiative Logistics Framework plotted on the diagram, pointing toward the galaxy's edge. The region the Council's navigational surveys had always classified without much attention because the unusual energy signature there disrupted conventional technology and made it commercially and scientifically uninteresting. He had written about it in his last log entry. He had been afraid to find out what it meant. He read page 4 of the summary report. The energy signature was referenced. Vasik had asked about it. Not about the communications array, not about the Palathi's technical specifications, but about the energy signature specifically. She had described it as an interesting calibration challenge. She had asked for all available sensor data. Mallory had provided it because Mallory was collaborative and the data was not classified, and there was no reason not to provide it. There was no reason not to provide it yet. Tavari had the instinct, fully formed and immediate, that there would be. He pulled everything available on the neutral expanse energy signature, Council navigational surveys, flagged as a technology disruption anomaly, unclassified, low priority. Palathi preliminary array sighting report, noted the signature as a calibration variable requiring mitigation, no further analysis. Keth Ori deep space monitoring data, which covered some of the neutral expanse boundary because of the biosphere's new orbital sensor extensions. The trees, reaching for sunlight in space, had inadvertently created a sensor network that no one had designed, and everyone had been ignoring because the data format was a root network signal pattern, and the Council's systems could not parse it. He requested a translation of the Keth Ori orbital sensor data from the Xenobotany division. It took 3 days. When it arrived, he read the translated signal patterns and then sat very still for a long time. The trees had been detecting the energy signature for 8 months, not as a calibration variable, as a direction, a source, something at the galaxy's edge in the neutral expanse, producing a signal that the biosphere's root networks had been tracking with the patient, distributed attention of an organism that had no concept of its own significance as a sensor array. Humanity had given the galaxy's trees a nervous system that reached into space. The trees had been watching something. The trees had been watching it since they learned to watch. And in the root network's translated signal patterns, patient and precise and expressed in a botanical symbolic language that the Xenobotany division was still only partially parsing, the direction of the signal was consistent, the source was consistent, and the source was getting closer. Tavari sat with this for a long time. He thought about Marchetti and contingency planning and, "We'll brief the Council when we have more complete data." He thought about the supply depots. He thought about a binder written before a proposal existed. He thought about Thursday's meeting and Vasik asking specifically about the energy signature with the warm, focused interest of a person who already knows the answer to the question she is asking. He opened his log. He wrote the entry carefully, because careful was the only register available to him. The Pelothi array will be in the neutral expanse. Vasik asked about the energy signature. The Keth Ori trees have been tracking a signal source for 8 months, and no one was parsing the data. The source is at the galaxy's edge, and it is not stationary. I have been the chief human containment liaison for 9 months. I have spent 9 months asking the wrong question. The question is not what the humans are doing. The question is what they saw before they came here. I am going to find out. I find that I am more afraid than I was last week, which I had not believed to be possible. In the tertiary hall, the reception had ended hours ago, and the room was empty, and the lights were low. The refreshment table still held 2 untouched glasses, one the Veloxy energy minister had not finished, and one that Mallory, in the warmth of the post-meeting debrief, had apparently set down and forgotten. They sat side by side in the dim light of a room where something had begun that no one yet had language adequate to describe. On Thursday, Vasik had met Mallory at the Pelothi delegation offices and shaken her hand, and said she was very glad to be working together, and that the array was going to be remarkable. She had meant it. She always meant it. That was the part that kept Tavari from sleeping, not the pattern in the data, not the supply depots, not the approaching signal. The part that kept him from sleeping was the absolute, unshakable sincerity with which Vasik had been smiling since the day she arrived, and the growing certainty, assembling itself piece by piece in the diagram on his wall, that the smile had never been the whole story. Chapter 12. The Stabilization Effort. Kuo's report arrived at 6 in the morning and said, "Stabilization attempt has destabilized the original stabilization. We are now stabilizing the stabilization. I need a drink." Vasik forwarded it to Tavari without comment. He read it at his desk with the live coastal feed on his left screen. The water was back 3 centimeters per hour. The same coast, the same geometry, the same quiet devastation that had been officially closed and rebuilt and named a recovery and was now unnamed again by a process that had taken 35 days of careful, documented, expertly conducted work to produce. The gravitational compensator was still up there. The hum was still at 0.7 hertz. The moon was still in orbit. The aquaculture the human engineers had rebuilt to the tidal pattern that existed when they rebuilt it was failing because the tidal pattern had changed, because the compensator had overcompensated for the partial return of the biological pulse, because the compensator had been calibrated for a system without the pulse, and the pulse was now partially back, and the 2 systems were arguing about the moon. And the moon was expressing this argument as tides, and the tides were expressing it as a flooded coast. He opened his log. He wrote, "The coast is flooding again." He looked at it for a moment. Then he closed the log without filing it and went to find Kuo, because the log entry was accurate and insufficient, and what he needed was not accuracy. The stabilization task force had been Vasik's idea, which was the first thing that should have told him. She had convened it 6 weeks after the refugee crisis had made the scale of what humanity had caused impossible to account for charitably, and she had convened it in the human-only register she had never used before, closed door, no alien partners, no collaborative framing. The closed door had said more than the meeting summary. The summary said, coordinated drawdown, phased disengagement, remove human systems from galactic infrastructure without triggering further collapse. Read it, the summary said, as an attempt to undo the damage. Read it generously. Kuo had run the technical numbers. 14% of the galaxy's active infrastructure ran on human-designed systems. Pulling them out carried a failure rate of approximately 30% during transition. 1 in 3 systems would experience partial or total collapse in the handover window. "We can pull out," Kuo had said. 10 years, 30% failure rate. She had paused. "And if we stay, in another 5 years it won't be 14%. It'll be 40. At 40, pullout becomes impossible." Vasik had asked, "And if we stay?" Kuo had said. Then the question is whether we're honest about it. They had selected the Veloxy grid as the test case. First intervention. Oldest. Simplest. The logic was correct. If they could not disengage from the first project cleanly, they could not disengage from anything. Kuo had designed the sequence herself, a careful, phased, partial restoration of the biological pulse, reintroduced at 15% of its original amplitude, slow enough that the compensator could adjust without shocking the moon's orbital path. Week 1 had looked like success. The Veloxy had slept. For the first time in a year and a half, children on Veloxy Prime had gone to bed without the 0.7 Hertz pressure at the edge of hearing, and the silence where the hum had been was the first unambiguously good consequence of human involvement that Tavari had been able to document. Week 3 was when the compensator overcompensated. The pulse's return had altered the magnetic interaction the compensator had been calibrated to manage, and the moon's orbital path had shifted by 0.003 of a degree, and the tidal pattern had changed, and the aquaculture had failed, and the coast was flooding again, and Kuo had filed a report at 6 in the morning that said they were now stabilizing the stabilization, and the Veloxy government had sent a message to the council that was 11 words long. Please tell the humans to stop fixing and stop unfixing. We will live with the hum. Tavari had read it 4 times. He had acknowledged it. He had then gone to find Kuo. She was in the task force's operations center when he arrived. A converted cargo bay, every wall covered in technical display boards, 3 cold cups of coffee on the desk, in the arrangement that meant she had been working through the night and had stopped registering them. She did not look up when he entered. She said, "I know." He sat. He looked at the boards, the Veloxy grid schematic, the compensator integration diagram, the tidal model, everything laid out in Kuo's hand, clean, annotated, the specific precision of someone who understands a system completely and has watched it fail anyway. He had looked at these boards before. He looked at them now and saw what Kuo had been seeing since week 3. Not a problem to be solved, but a condition to be accepted. "When did you know it wouldn't work?" he said. "Day 9, she said. "When the pulse came back and the compensator adjusted. I knew then." She looked at the tidal model. "I finished the 35 days because Vasik needed the data, and because I needed to be certain." "Certain of what?" She was quiet for a moment. The display boards hummed. On the leftmost screen, the coastal feed showed the water still rising, patient, methodical, indifferent to the 35 days of work that had produced it. She said, "That there's no version of this where we leave cleanly. We didn't install systems, we grew roots, and you can't pull out roots without disturbing the soil." He looked at the boards. He looked at the tidal model and the compensator and the flooded coast and the diagram in his own office with its 63 nodes and the neutral expanse positions he had added 3 weeks ago. He said, "When did we become the problem we were trying to solve?" Kuo picked up a cold coffee. She looked at it. She set it down. She said, "Honestly, Chapter 2. He laughed. It was not a funny answer. It was the most accurate answer available. And accuracy in this context was not the same as comedy, and yet he laughed, because after 9 months of diagrams and cascades and panic rooms and the most comprehensive audit in galactic history returning 0 findings. After all of it, the answer was Chapter 2. And it was true, and it was so precisely, completely true, that there was nothing left to do with it except laugh or go home. And he was not going home. He stopped laughing. The coast was still flooding. He returned to his office. He pulled up Vasik's schedule. Back-to-back bureau consultations, 4 species today, the work of the advisory bureau, running at full operational capacity, while the task force confirmed that the work could not be undone. He thought about requesting a meeting. He decided against it. He did not yet have the words he needed, and Vasik moved at the speed of someone who had already finished the conversation. and he needed to be ready before he started. He sat at his desk and looked at the diagram. He looked at the neutral expanse positions, the supply depot coordinates from the Remediation Initiative logistics framework, the pattern that pointed toward the galaxy's edge, the region the Council's navigational surveys had always filed as low priority because the energy signature there disrupted conventional technology and made it commercially useless. He looked at the approaching signal from the Keth Ori orbital sensor data. Patient and consistent and getting closer by a margin the Xenobotany division was still calculating. He looked at 63 nodes on a wall that had started as a tracking exercise and had become something else. He thought about Marchetti saying contingency planning. He thought about 6 minutes between a message and a deployed engineering team. He thought about a 340-page binder of galactic infrastructure assessments carried into a first contact ceremony by a species that had never visited this galaxy before. He opened his log. He wrote the entry he had been composing since the morning report arrived. The coast is flooding again. The Veloxi have told us to stop. They will live with the hum. The task force has confirmed what the Veloxi already knew. The roots are in the soil and they are not coming out. Kuo says the question now is whether we are honest about it. I have been thinking about what honesty looks like for a species that documents everything and has documented, somewhere in the files I have not yet found, the reason they came here before there was a reason to come. Tomorrow I am going to ask Vasik a question I should have asked 18 months ago. I am going to ask it slowly, and I am going to watch her face when she answers, and I am going to find out whether the smile has always been the whole story or whether the binder was written for something the binder does not mention. I find that I am certain it is the latter. I find that I have been certain for some time and have been waiting until I had enough of the diagram filled in to ask the question correctly. I believe I am close. I believe the answer will change everything. I find that I am ready to know. He filed it. He looked at the diagram. He looked at the neutral expanse signal and the supply depot positions and the 63 nodes and the pattern that pointed toward the galaxy's edge. He looked at all of it for a long time. Then he picked up his coat and turned off his desk light and walked out of his office, and in the corridor the station's ambient hum moved through the walls at a frequency that was not 0.7 hertz, but that, tonight, felt close. Tomorrow he would ask the question. Tonight the signal was getting closer, and the roots were in the soil, and somewhere in a converted cargo bay, a cold cup of coffee sat beside a technical display board, showing a coast that was flooding for the second time, and Kuo was still at her desk, running numbers that kept returning the same answer, and the answer had not changed since day 9, and it was not going to. Chapter 13. The Wall. The vote was 31-16, and Sandoval cast the deciding vote himself, which he had not needed to do. The motion had the numbers before he stood, but which he had decided, in the specific way he made decisions that would be recorded, to do deliberately and on the record, because what the Council was about to build deserved to have a name attached to it. He said, "This is not an act of aggression. It is an act of self-preservation. Humanity has not declared war on us. They have declared help on us, and we are not surviving it." He paused. The chamber was very quiet in the way it got quiet when Sandoval paused. Not the quiet of waiting, but the quiet of wait. The motion passes. Begin construction. Construction took 8 months. The exclusion perimeter, 200 light-years of automated defense platforms, sensor arrays, and interdiction satellites encircling human space, was the largest infrastructure project in galactic history, which was a distinction the galaxy had not expected to achieve this way. The Dravani military provided the construction doctrine, the Sonohari provided the sensor architecture, the Veloxi provided the energy systems, biological pulse integration specifically excluded from the design specifications, a detail the Veloxi engineering team had insisted on, and that Tavari had noted in his log with the dry precision of a man documenting institutional trauma. Every species contributed something. The wall was, in that specific sense, the most collaborative project the galaxy had ever undertaken. Tavari had noted this too. He had noted it without comment, which was its own comment. When the final platform locked into position and the perimeter went live, and the status board in the Council's operations center showed 200 light-years of green, Sohn looked at it for a long time. He said nothing. He had said what needed to be said at the vote. Everything after that was engineering. Vasik's protest arrived 3 days after the wall went live. It was formal, thorough, legally precise, and accompanied by a fruit basket. The basket was scanned 17 times before it was admitted to the Council station. 17 separate scans by 3 different detection methodologies, checking for adaptive compounds, embedded technology, encoded data, and anything else that a fruit basket from humanity might conceivably contain. It was clean. It was just fruit. This made everyone more nervous because an obvious trap was a trap you could manage, and a fruit basket that was genuinely just a fruit basket from the species that had flooded a coast and awakened a biosphere and collapsed 3 economies was a fruit basket whose innocence felt like information. Tavari signed for it. He put it on his desk. He looked at it for a while. He ate one of the fruits because it had been scanned 17 times and was demonstrably safe, and he had not eaten since morning. It was good. He filed this under human-adjacent activity, gustatory, positive, which was a subcategory he had created 3 months ago and used more than he had expected. The diplomatic protest was reviewed by the Council's legal division and found to be without actionable grounds. The Charter permitted species exclusion zones under Article 77. The motion had passed with the required majority. The construction had been conducted within all applicable frameworks, and Vasik's protest, while comprehensive, did not identify a single procedural violation. The legal division filed their review. The protest was formally acknowledged and formally declined. The wall stood. Tavari wrote in his log, "The wall is built." She sent a fruit basket. The basket was scanned 17 times. It was just a fruit basket. I have been thinking about this for 2 days. I am not sure whether the fact that it was just a fruit basket is reassuring or the most alarming thing that has happened this week. I am monitoring. The goodwill package arrived 3 weeks after the wall went live, which was long enough that the Council had begun to settle into the specific, cautious relief of an institution that has done a difficult thing and not yet been punished for it. It came from human space as a small, unmanned probe, approaching the perimeter at minimum speed with transponders broadcasting at maximum clarity, the probe equivalent of hands raised. It was not weaponized. Its cargo container was a single sealed unit labeled in clean human typeface. Goodwill package, no assistance intended. The Dravani defense platforms flagged it, tracked it, and held it at the perimeter boundary for 4 hours while the Council convened an emergency session to decide what to do with a human probe that had labeled itself non-assistive and was now everyone's problem. The session voted to admit the probe and examine the package under controlled conditions. The examination took 6 hours. Inside the container, technical schematics for a more efficient version of the wall's power systems, a note, and a small data chip that the examination team logged as secondary material and set aside while they focused on the schematics. The note was from Vasik. It said, "We noticed your defense platforms are running at 60% efficiency. Attached are some suggestions. No pressure. Also, the sensor array on grid section 7 has a blind spot. You might want to look into that. Happy to help if you need us." Below the text, she had drawn a smiley face. Sohn received the note in his office. He read it. He held it for a long time, in the way he held things when he was processing them through the full depth of 900 years of experience and finding that the full depth was not adequate. He said to Tavari, who was standing across the desk, "They sent us instructions for improving the wall we built to keep them out." "Yes, Arbiter. And the instructions are correct. Yes, Arbiter. The blind spot on grid section 7 is real. The Dravani Engineering Division confirmed it this morning. They are already dispatching a repair team. Sohn set down the note. He looked at the smiley face. He looked at Tavari. He said, "This is the most human thing that has ever happened." Tavari agreed. He did not say so out loud. He agreed in his log, later, at length. The Council's formal response was to order the schematics reviewed by the Dravani military for operational accuracy. They were accurate, the Dravani confirmed, and would improve the wall's performance by 35%, and then to order the schematics destroyed. Sohn signed the destruction order. He then, quietly, dispatched a separate engineering team to grid section 7 using the blind spot coordinates from Vasik's note, because the note was correct and the blind spot was real, and the wall with a blind spot was a worse outcome than the wall without one, regardless of whose note had identified it. Tavari documented both orders. He documented them in sequence with timestamps, because the sequence was the point. Destroy the schematics, fix the blind spot. The galaxy was maintaining the fiction that it was not taking advice from the species it had walled off, while taking the advice and fixing the problem. He had a category for this now. He filed it under jurisdictional judo, reversed. The data chip sat in the examination team's secondary materials log for 11 days before anyone looked at it. It had been set aside during the initial examination because the schematics and the note had occupied the team's full attention, and secondary materials in a security examination were processed in order, and order had 11 days of backlog. When the analyst assigned to it finally opened the chip and reviewed its contents, she sent a summary to Tavari's inbox marked Routine, Human Delegation Communication, forwarded for liaison review. He opened it at the end of a long day, after the grid section 7 repair team had confirmed the blind spot was closed and the Dravani platforms were running at the efficiency the schematics had predicted. He read the summary. He read it again. He opened the full file. The chip contained a report. The report was labeled Preliminary Findings, Anomalous Energy Pattern, Neutral Expanse, Possible Extragalactic Origin, Recommend Investigation. It was 41 pages. It was detailed, thorough, and precisely written in the specific register of humanity's technical documents. Dense, annotated, cross-referenced, the kind of document that assumed the reader would read every page and had structured itself accordingly. It contained sensor data, analysis methodology, a signal characterization model, and a conclusion that Tavari read 3 times before he set down his tablet. The conclusion said, "The energy signature detected at the galactic boundary in the region designated neutral expanse is consistent with an extragalactic source exhibiting directed propagation characteristics. The signature has been tracked by human deep space monitoring arrays for 12 years. The source is not stationary. Current trajectory and propagation rates suggest galactic boundary intersection within an estimated window of 8 to 14 years from the date of this report. The nature of the source is not yet fully characterized, but preliminary analysis is consistent with a large-scale organized energy phenomenon of the type that does not occur naturally in this region of space. We recommend immediate investigation and joint monitoring with Council member species. We are happy to share our full data set." The report was dated. Tavari looked at the date. He looked at it for a long time. The date was 11 years ago. The report had been written 11 years ago, before first contact, before the induction ceremony, before the binder and the reception, and the Veloxy grid, and the adaptive compound, and the trilateral accord addendum, and all of it. Before any of it, when humanity and the galaxy had not yet met. They had known. Before they came here, they had known, and they had come anyway, and they had brought a 340-page binder of quick wins and a fruit basket and a goodwill package with a note about a blind spot on grid section 7, and somewhere in the package, in the secondary materials that had sat in a log for 11 days, because the schematics and the note had seemed more urgent, was a 41-page report explaining why. He opened his log. He looked at it for a moment. He closed it without writing anything, because there was nothing to write yet. Not until he had read all 41 pages, not until he had pulled every file, not until he had gone back to the diagram and found every node that connected to the neutral expanse and understood what he was looking at. He had the specific, vertiginous sensation of a man who has been standing in a room for a year and has just discovered that the room has a second floor. He picked up the report. He began to read. Outside the council station, 200 light-years of defense platforms and sensor arrays and interdiction satellites held their positions in the cold between stars, watching the boundary of human space with the complete, automated attention of the most expensive containment structure in galactic history. They watched for human ships crossing out. They watched for human signals crossing out. They watched for human gifts, human probes, human goodwill packages crossing out. They were not watching the direction the report described. No one had told them to watch that direction. The report had been in the secondary materials log for 11 days, and before that it had been in a cargo container labeled "No Assistance Intended," and before that it had been in human space for 11 years, filed and documented, and waiting for the galaxy to read it. The galaxy had not read it yet. Tavari was reading it now. He turned the first page. He turned the second. He did not look up for a very long time. Chapter 14. The Quiet. 6 months of silence, and Tavari had stopped sleeping through the night. He was at his desk at 3 in the morning when the council station's ambient systems were at minimum, and the corridor outside his office was empty, and the only sound was the low, persistent hum of the station's own infrastructure, which was not 0.7 hertz, but which his nervous system had apparently decided to treat as a warning anyway. The wall's sensor feed ran on his left screen. 200 light-years of automated platforms, all green, all nominal, all watching the boundary of human space with the complete attention of systems that had been designed to watch and were watching and reporting nothing, because there was nothing to report except the thing that was not nothing, which was the silence itself. Human space was active. The energy signatures showed industrial output, ship movement, construction, at a scale the platform's sensors had been flagging for 4 months as anomalous. Not military, not weapons grade, architectural. Something large being built in the interior of human space. Something that the platform sensors could characterize as massive and ordered and deliberate, and could not characterize as anything more specific than that. Because the wall watched the boundary and the interior was human space, and human space was, since the wall went up, not the council's concern. Officially, no signal had crossed the perimeter in 6 months, no probe, no goodwill package, no fruit basket, no communication of any kind from humanity to the galaxy, and no response from the galaxy to the silence, because the galaxy did not know how to respond to a silence it had asked for and gotten, and now found more alarming than anything that had preceded it. Tavari pulled up the energy signature data and looked at it the way he had been looking at it every night for 6 weeks. Large-scale construction, architectural, something to live in, something large enough, if the energy readings were consistent with the construction type the platform's analysis algorithms suggested, to be significant at a civilizational scale. The read that kept returning to him, the one he had been resisting and had stopped resisting approximately 3 weeks ago, was this. Humanity was not punishing the galaxy for the wall. Humanity was making the wall irrelevant. They were not fighting the containment. They were building something that did not need to fight it. The quiet was not anger. The quiet was work. He had been the chief human containment liaison for 15 months. He understood, sitting at his desk at 3 in the morning, that containment was no longer the operative word. The council had not convened an official session on the silence because convening a session would require defining the silence as a problem and defining it as a problem would require identifying what kind of problem it was, and the Council's legal and procedural frameworks did not have a category for a problem that consisted of the absence of the thing you had spent 2 years trying to stop. Tavari had convened an informal meeting instead. 7 species, the ones most directly affected by human activity, sharing intelligence in the kind of gathering that was not officially a session and would not be recorded as one, and would nonetheless determine what the Council did next. Mallory was there. She had attended every informal meeting since her communications array consultation, which she had not yet been permitted to begin building because the array site was in the neutral expanse, and the neutral expanse was now on the wrong side of the wall, and she had developed in the intervening months the specific expression of a young diplomat who has learned that being right about humanity being misunderstood does not mean that humanity is not also alarming. She sat with the others and she listened, and she contributed the Palathi deep space probe data, which covered the neutral expanse boundary because the Palathi had been conducting unrelated survey work in that region, and which had, over the past 6 weeks, begun showing something that her instrument team had flagged as anomalous. The energy signature, the one from the report on the data chip, the one that had been in the secondary materials log for 11 days. The one that Tavari had read in full and had spent 3 weeks cross-referencing against the diagram before he had understood enough to bring to this meeting. Korath was also there, which was unusual. The Dravani military did not typically participate in informal intelligence meetings, preferring the clean accountability of official channels, but Korath had come because his fleet was operating at 22% below optimal efficiency, and 3 supply chain failures in the past quarter had traced to outdated parameters in the human logistics algorithms that he could not update without the human team that was now on the wrong side of the wall. He had come because he needed to understand what was happening, and because understanding it required information he could not get through official channels, and because 4 decades of command had given him, beneath the military doctrine and the clipped sentences and the scales that shifted from matte to bronze under stress, a very good instinct for the moment when official channels are slower than the situation requires. He listened to the full briefing before he spoke. Then he said bluntly, to the table, "My fleet is 22% less efficient than it was 6 months ago. 3 supply chain failures this quarter. Whatever they're building in there, I want to know if it includes an updated maintenance scheduler." The table was briefly quiet in the way of people registering that the Dravani military commander had just admitted operational dependency in front of 6 other species representatives, which was a thing that Tavari documented because it was the kind of thing that mattered and the kind of thing that in other circumstances would never have been said aloud. He documented it and did not draw attention to it. Korath did not look at him. He addressed the wall. Tavari presented his read of the construction signatures. Large-scale, architectural, not military. He said, "They are not fighting the wall. They are building something that does not need to. The silence is not punishment. It is the sound of a species doing something they have decided not to ask permission for, because they have determined that permission is no longer the relevant variable." He paused. "I believe they are building infrastructure for a purpose we have not yet fully identified. I believe that purpose is connected to the neutral expanse energy signature. I believe the 41-page report in the Goodwill package's secondary materials was the last direct communication they intended to make before the wall went up, and that the report contains the reason for everything that has happened since they arrived." The table was quiet. Mallory was looking at her Palathi probe data on her tablet, in the way she looked at things when she was already 3 steps ahead of the conversation. She said, without looking up, "The signature has moved." The table looked at her. "Since the Palathi probe's last survey 6 months ago," she said, "the energy signature in the neutral expanse has shifted bearing by a measurable margin. Not drifted, shifted. The source is not stationary, it is not random. The direction of movement is consistent across 6 months of data, and the direction is She looked up, toward us. He gave her the report that evening. His copy, the one he had read and annotated and cross-referenced against the diagram for 3 weeks, the margins dense with his own notes in his own hand, the pages that had changed how he understood the past 15 months. He had made a second copy for the Council's official record. He gave her the working copy because she was going to read it tonight regardless, and the margins would help. She came to his office at midnight. She had the report in her hand, and she was walking at the specific velocity he had previously only seen in Vasik, the unhurried, purposeful pace of someone who has finished thinking about something and is coming to tell someone else what they found. She sat across his desk. She set the report down. She looked at him. "Tavari," she said. They knew, from the beginning. They knew about the energy signature. The date on the report. "Read page 4, she said. "Not the date on the report, page 4. He opened his copy to page 4. He had read page 4. He read it again, now with Mallory across the desk, and saw what she had seen. The detail he had filed as secondary in his original reading and had not returned to, because there had been so much else in the report to understand. The human deep space monitoring arrays that had been tracking the signature for 12 years. The first detection date. The specific instruments that had made the first detection, listed in the appendix by array designation and location. The array designations were coordinates. He recognized 2 of them. The first was in the region of space that humanity had approached from on their way to the Council. The second was in a region closer, much closer, to the galactic core, in a location that matched no human installation he had documentation for, which meant it had been established covertly, which meant it predated first contact by more than the 12-year detection window the report disclosed. "They detected it 12 years ago," Mallory said. "Before first contact. It's why they made contact. They weren't exploring. They weren't being friendly." She looked at him steadily, with the specific expression of someone who has revised their fundamental assumptions and has not yet decided whether the revision is better or worse than what it replaced. They were building a sensor network, and we were the sensors. He had been close to this. He had been circling it for 3 weeks, with the diagram and the neutral expanse positions and the supply depot coordinates from the remediation initiative, and he had been close and had not quite landed on it in those words. And hearing it in those words from Mallory at midnight while the wall's sensor feed ran green on his left screen, and the construction signatures pulsed in human space, and the energy signature moved toward them at a consistent and unhurried pace, was the specific experience of a thing clicking into place that had been almost there long enough that the click was both a relief and a horror. "Every project," he said. He said it slowly, hearing it as he said it. "Every disaster, every optimization. The Veloxy grid," she said. "The hum at 0.7 hertz. What does a gravitational compensator do besides compensate?" He looked at his desk. "It broadcasts," she said, "at a very specific frequency, consistently, permanently, from a jury-rigged array of 3 decommissioned satellites that cannot be removed without restarting a moon's orbital decay." She opened her own copy of the report to the appendix. "Array designation 7. That's the compensator. It's in the monitoring network. It has been since Kuo installed it." He looked at the appendix. He looked at the array designations. He counted. The Cathori orbital sensor network, the trees, reaching for sunlight in space, their root networks extending into low orbit, passively monitoring everything within sensor range. The Dravani logistics network, its routing algorithms creating predictable, mapped, documented transit patterns across the galaxy's most militarily significant shipping lanes. The corridor navigation package, installed on 4,000 vessels, each one now broadcasting its position and heading on a human-readable signal protocol as a standard transit requirement. 14% of galactic infrastructure running on human-designed systems that reported performance data to human monitoring arrays as a standard operational function, because that was how human systems worked. They logged everything, they reported everything, they sent their telemetry home, because documentation was how they thought, and the telemetry was just documentation of a different kind. The galaxy had not been optimized. The galaxy had been instrumented. The sensor network was not an installation. It was everything humanity had ever touched, reporting back, passive and continuous, and already in place. 14% of galactic infrastructure wired to a monitoring system that had been under construction since before the binder, since before the induction ceremony, since before the fruit basket and the goodwill package and the wall itself. They were preparing the galaxy for something, Tavari, Mallory said, and now they've gone quiet because the preparation is done. He looked at the construction signatures on the wall's sensor feed, large-scale, architectural, something being built in human space at civilizational scale in 6 months of silence, while the sensor network pulsed quietly across the galaxy, and the energy signature in the neutral expanse moved toward them at a consistent and unhurried pace, patient and vast, and getting closer. He opened his log. He wrote 4 words. He stared at them. They were always ready. Outside, somewhere past the wall, the construction signatures pulsed on. The sensor network reported. The silence held. And in the neutral expanse, at the galaxy's edge, the energy signature that the trees had been watching for 8 months and the humans had been watching for 12 years, moved in the direction it had always been moving, at the pace it had always been keeping, indifferent to walls and sessions and fruit baskets, and the specific vertiginous terror of a liaison officer sitting at his desk at 3 in the morning, finally understanding what he had been watching for the past 15 months. It was not coming because the wall went up. It had always been coming. The wall was not the provocation. The wall was not even the subject. The wall was a thing that had happened in the foreground while the real story moved in the background, patient and organized and already in progress. And the humans had known about it before they knocked on the galaxy's door. And they had come anyway. And they had smiled and distributed binders and flooded a coast and given the trees a voice and made the strongest military in the galaxy dependent on their recipes. And all of it, every disaster, every cascade, every optimization, had been in service of making the galaxy ready for the thing that was coming. The question was what the thing was. The question was what ready meant. The question was whether, when the time came, the galaxy was going to be grateful or simply going to survive. Tavari did not sleep. He sat at his desk and read the report for the 4th time and waited for the morning when he would take what he knew to Sonneville, and the council would begin the conversation that should have happened 11 days after the goodwill package arrived, and did not because the data chip had been in the secondary materials log and no one had thought to look. The signal moved. The wall watched the wrong direction. The sensor network reported. The silence continued. Chapter 15. The Discovery. The wall's deep space sensors registered the energy wave at 0400 station time, and the automated defense platforms went to full alert before any being on the council station was awake to authorize it. Tavari was awake. He had been awake for 2 hours at his desk when the alert came through, which meant he saw it in real time. The boundary sensors lighting up on his left screen, the platform telemetry spiking, the automated threat classification system cycling through its categories and returning a result he had not seen before. Unclassified phenomenon, boundary incursion, scale exceeds modeling parameters. Below that, in the flat, unbothered typeface of automated systems delivering information they were not designed to contextualize, recommend immediate council notification. He sent the notification. He watched the sensor feed. The wave was at the galactic boundary, consistent with the neutral expanse signature, consistent with the trajectory in the human report, consistent with everything he had spent the past 3 weeks understanding and had hoped, in the private place where hope still operated, was wrong. It was not wrong. It was here. It was orders of magnitude larger than the signature the platforms had been tracking, and it was moving, and the automated platforms were at full alert and had nothing to shoot at, because the wave was not a ship and not a weapon, and not anything the platforms had been built to engage. By 0500, the council chamber was full. By 0530, every species with a diplomatic presence on the station had a representative in the gallery. By 0600, Sohn was on the central dais, and the sensor feed was on the main display, and 47 species were looking at a phenomenon the galaxy had no category for, moving toward them at a pace the modeling software described as leisurely, and that Tavari's nervous system described as the most frightening word he had ever seen applied to something at galactic scale. He had already sent the request. He sent it before the council chamber was full, before the session was formally convened, because he had read the 41-page report 4 times, and he knew what was coming, and he knew who had the answers. He had sent it from his personal communicator, not through official channels, because official channels would have required a formal motion, and a formal motion would have required a vote, and a vote would have taken time they did not have. The request said, "Ambassador Vasik, the council requires your explanation. Now." The response came in 4 minutes. It said, "We know. Connecting now. We've been ready." She appeared on the council's main display via subspace link, audio and visual from human space, on the other side of the wall, which was still active, which meant this communication was a technical violation of the perimeter's signal interdiction protocols that someone on the human side had decided to ignore. Tavari noted this and did not raise it, because the wave was on the display beside her face and the platforms were at full alert, and the council chamber had the specific quality of a room in which everyone has simultaneously decided that procedural objections are not the priority. She looked for the first time in 15 months of knowing her, like someone who had been waiting for this moment and was glad it had finally arrived, and was also aware that gladness was not the right response, and was managing this awareness with the specific discipline of a person who has rehearsed what they are about to say many times, and is now saying it. "Arbiter Sohn," she said, "what you are seeing at the galactic boundary is an entity we have designated the Approach. It is extragalactic in origin. It is semi-sentient, not intelligent in the way we are, but organized, purposeful, and responsive to its environment. It does not invade. It does not attack. It feeds." She paused, 1 beat, to let the word land. "The Approach consumes organized energy systems, power grids, communication networks, trade routes, logistics infrastructure, structured, efficient, interconnected systems. It doesn't destroy them. It optimizes them. It consumes the order and leaves entropy. Every major civilization in its path over the past 300 years has collapsed not from attack, but from systemic failure. Their infrastructure was too efficient, too interconnected, too orderly. The Approach consumed the order and left chaos. They didn't survive it." The chamber was so quiet that Tavari could hear the sensor feed's alert tone from across the room. "We detected the Approach 12 years ago," Vasik said, "before we made contact. The detection is why we made contact. We had a problem and we needed partners, but we understood that the galaxy as it existed, ancient, stable, beautiful, precisely ordered, was exactly what the Approach feeds on. We could not protect infrastructure we couldn't touch. We could not harden systems we had no access to. So we came. We asked what hurt. We fixed things no one asked us to fix. We broke things that needed breaking. We made everything messier and louder and more redundant and less orderly. And we did it as fast as we could, and we did it with complete sincerity." She stopped. Her expression was the most honest Tavari had ever seen it, stripped of the presentation energy and the brisk warmth, down to something underneath that was simply a person saying the true thing. Because it was true. Every intervention was genuine. The grid, the biosphere, the treaty, the cascade, we meant all of it. We were also simultaneously using all of it. The sensor network, the hum, the trees, the navigation package, the 14%. We needed monitoring infrastructure, and you had planets, and we were in a hurry. I'm sorry we weren't more transparent. We calculated that transparency would produce a containment response before we finished. She looked at the camera. We were right. You built the wall. We finished anyway. Sohn said, you calculated that we would imprison you. We calculated that you would try, she said. We planned for it. The chamber was quiet again. The wave moved on the sensor display, leisurely, vast, indifferent to the session. Sohn called a recess. The recess lasted 3 hours, which Tavari spent reviewing the human report against the boundary sensor data and finding, with the specific sick precision of a man confirming something he had hoped was wrong, that every projection in the 41-page report was accurate. The wave's propagation rate, its energy signature, its feeding mechanism, described in the report with the technical precision humanity applied to things it had studied for 12 years and understood completely. The approach is attracted to ordered energy systems by a resonance response. The more structured and efficient the target system, the stronger the attraction. Conversely, systems that exhibit high entropy, adaptive complexity, or unpredictable variation are less attractive and harder to consume. The approach cannot efficiently feed on a system it cannot model. He read that sentence. He read it again. He thought about the Veloxy grid, hybrid and pulsing and producing a color that had not existed before. He thought about the Tavari biosphere, evolving in real time, changing faster than any external force could model. He thought about the Dravani logistics network, adaptive and redundant in ways Dravani military doctrine had never intended. He thought about the Cascade, the corridor navigation package, the advisory bureau's 1,000 small improvements that had made the galaxy simultaneously more functional and more chaotic. The systems humanity had broken were the brittle ones. The systems humanity had built were the ones that bent. The galaxy had not been optimized. It had been inoculated. He went back to the chamber. Sohn reconvened the session and presented the council with 3 options. Option A, reject human involvement, activate the wall's full interdiction protocols, and face the approach with galactic infrastructure in its current state. The modeling, which Sohn's technical division had run during the recess, suggested this produced a systemic failure rate of 73% among non-hardened infrastructure within the first wave contact period. Option B, accept human involvement, lower the wall, and allow humanity to complete the hardening process and deploy what the human report described as the welcome mat. A concentrated, perfectly ordered energy structure designed to attract and consume the approach's feeding response, diverting it from the galaxy. Option C, request more time for deliberation. The modeling on option C did not generate a result because the approach had not been consulted on the Council's deliberation timeline. The debate ran for 4 hours. Every species spoke. The Dravani military attaché, who was not Korath but had clearly been briefed by Korath, argued against option B on grounds of strategic dependency. Accepting humanity's help in a crisis would make the dependency permanent. The Tavari delegate, whose planet's forests had been following the boundary sensors through their orbital route network and sending signal pulses that the Xenobotany division was translating in real time as the botanical equivalent of urgent, argued for option B. The Sohn financial delegation noted that the modeling for option A made the guild's current insolvency exposure look modest by comparison. The Palathi delegate, Mallory, who had read the report cover to cover and the margin notes and had spent 3 hours in the recess sitting with what she knew, said nothing during the debate. She voted when the time came. Sohn called Tavari to speak before the vote. This had not been scheduled. Tavari understood when Sohn gestured to the floor that this was the arbiter doing the thing he did when he understood that the decision needed a voice that was neither human nor institutionally committed to an outcome, the voice of a witness. He stood. He looked at the chamber. He had not prepared remarks because he had not known he was going to speak, which meant what came out was what he actually thought, without the organization that preparation would have provided, and without the distance. He said, "I have spent 15 months as the Chief Human Containment Liaison. In that time I have observed the following. They arrived with a binder. They destabilized a moon. They gave sentience to an agricultural system. They collapsed a 9,000-year-old treaty. They made themselves uninsurable. They turned our own laws into doorways. They embedded themselves in our strongest military through recipes. They caused the largest refugee crisis since the fourth expansion and then built the best refugee camp I have ever seen. They built a wall around themselves when we couldn't build one strong enough." He paused. The chamber was completely still. And at every point, every single point, they believed they were helping. Not as a strategy, not as a deception. They believe it. They are the most sincerely, relentlessly, catastrophically helpful species I have ever encountered. They cannot stop. Helping is not what they do, it is what they are. He looked at Sohn. He said, "The question before this council is not whether to accept their help. The question is whether we can survive without it. And the answer, which I say with more exhaustion than I have ever felt in my life, is no, we cannot." The chamber held the silence for a long moment. Then Sohn called the vote. 31 for, 16 against. Option B passed. The subspace link to human space reconnected before the vote counter had finished updating. Vasik was on screen, and she looked, not triumphant, not relieved, but the way a person looks when something they have worked toward for a very long time is finally beginning, and they have already moved past the beginning to the next problem. She said, "The welcome mat is already warming up. Engineering teams are en route to harden the remaining systems. We took the liberty of pre-filing the paperwork. All 914 forms from Resolution 7742. In triplicate." She paused. "We also fixed the blind spot on grid section 7. You're welcome." Sohn looked at the timestamp on Vasik's message. He looked at Tavari. He said, "They knew. Before we voted. They already knew." Tavari had known they would know. He had known it since the reception, since the binder, since 6 minutes between a message and a deployed engineering team. He said, "They always know, Arbiter. That is the most human thing about them." The wall's interdiction protocols began standing down. On the Council's main display, the boundary sensor feed showed the first human ships crossing the perimeter in 6 months. Not a fleet, not an armada, but a steady stream of engineering vessels moving with the purposeful, unhurried velocity that Tavari recognized from the first day. The velocity of a species that has already decided where it is going and considers the distance a formality. Each ship's hull bore the Human Advisory Bureau logo. Each ship's hull also bore, beneath the official insignia, something hand-painted. A small, round yellow circle with 2 dots and a curve. 47 ships. 47 smiley faces crossing back into galactic space, each one carrying the tools to save a galaxy that had spent 15 months trying to stop them from helping. On the comm screen, Vasik was already looking at something else. A tablet, a new file, the next problem. She was smiling. She had always been smiling. Tavari watched the ships cross the boundary and thought about the binder and the fruit basket and the note that had said happy to help with a smiley face drawn beneath it. And he thought about 12 years of watching something approach from the dark and deciding that the correct response was to arrive at a stranger's door with a 340-page list of things you could offer to fix. He thought about the word sincerely. He opened his log. He wrote, "We voted. They were already on their way. The paperwork was pre-filed. Of course it was pre-filed." He looked at the ships on the sensor feed. He looked at the smiley faces on their hulls. He looked at the wave moving toward the galaxy at the leisurely, vast pace of something that had never been stopped before and was about to find out what a welcome mat felt like. He closed the log. He went to work. Chapter 16. The Reckoning. The outlying sensor arrays on the galactic rim started going dark on the fourth day after the wall came down, and no one panicked because humanity had said they would. Not the going dark specifically. Vasik had not said, "Your rim arrays will begin failing on day 4. She had said, in the briefing she had delivered to the full council the morning after the vote, that the approach's peripheral field would affect unshielded sensor infrastructure within a certain proximity window as it moved toward the welcome mat's position, and that this was expected, and that the arrays that had been hardened by the human engineering teams in the preceding 72 hours would be fine, and that the ones that hadn't been hardened yet should be considered a priority. And here was the list in order of criticality, tabbed, with the hardening specifications attached. She had distributed the list before anyone asked for it. It was 23 pages. It was color-coded. So when the rim arrays went dark on day 4, Tavari watched the board and checked each failing array against the list and found, without exception, that every array that failed was one the human teams had not yet reached, and every array the human teams had reached was still reporting. He documented this. He filed it under Human Intervention. Outcome. Confirmed effective. He had never used that category before. He had created it the previous morning, when the first hardened array had survived its first peripheral contact, because he had understood then that he was going to need it. The welcome mat had gone live on day 2. Tavari had not seen it. It was in human space. Built during the 6 months of silence at the civilizational scale, the construction signatures had suggested, and it was on the far side of the perimeter from the council station. He had seen its energy signature on the sensor feed, and he had understood from the signature why Vasik had called it what she called it. It was perfectly ordered, immaculately structured. A concentrated energy architecture so precisely organized that it produced a sensor reading unlike anything else in the galaxy. Clean where everything else was complex, still where everything else moved, a single sustained note in a galaxy full of noise. It was, he understood, the most attractive thing the approach had ever encountered. It was a meal laid out on a table, plated with care, in a galaxy that had spent 6 months being made deliberately unpalatable. Kuo had filed the technical summary on day 1. The welcome mat was constructed from materials Tavari did not have the physics background to fully evaluate. Assembled by a process the summary described as requiring the combined output of every major human engineering team active in the galaxy for the past 6 months, and held in structural coherence by what the summary's final footnote described as, inevitably, a non-trivial application of field adhesive at the primary coupling junctions, which should be considered permanent given that removal would be inadvisable. He had read the footnote twice. He had filed it. He had thought about the gravitational compensator, held together with field adhesive since year 1, still humming at 0.7 Hertz, currently serving as Sensor Array Designation 7 in humanity's galactic monitoring network. He thought about what it meant that the most important engineering project in galactic history had the same footnote as the first one. On day 6, the approach reached the welcome mat's attraction radius, and every sensor array within monitoring distance recorded the moment it changed course. It did not slow. It did not hesitate. It moved toward the mat with the single-minded purposefulness of a thing that had been traveling for 300 years toward ordered systems, and had just encountered the most perfectly ordered system it had ever found, and the course correction was not a decision. It was a response, biological in the way that eating is biological. The specific inevitability of a thing encountering what it is designed to consume. The boundary sensor feed updated. The trajectory updated. The destination was the mat. The mat was ready. Tavari watched the feed from the Council's operations center, where he had been for the past 4 days alongside Sonnevel and Mallory and the Dravani military attaché and representatives from every species on the Council, all of them watching the same displays with the same expression. the expression of beings who have done everything available to be done and are now in the specific, terrible suspension of waiting to find out if it was enough. It was the same expression he had seen on Kuo's face in the operations center after the compensator went up, when the coastal data was still coming in and the outcome was not yet certain. He recognized it. He found, to his surprise, that it was bearable. Korath was in the operations center. He was standing against the far wall with his arms crossed and his scales at a specific shade of burnished bronze that Tavari had learned to read as engaged and refusing to show it. And he was watching the trajectory update with the focused attention of a military officer assessing a developing engagement. He had been there since day 3, when the Dravani military's hardened logistics network had processed its first peripheral contact event without a single supply chain failure, which the Dravani military's own modeling had predicted would cause at least partial disruption, and which had instead run nominal. He had reviewed the outcome report. He had said nothing. He had come to the operations center and taken his position against the far wall and had been there since. At some point on day 7, he had eaten a burrito. Tavari had documented this under human adjacent activity, Dravani, cultural integration, voluntary. He had also not drawn attention to it because Korath was watching the trajectory feed, and the moment did not require commentary. The approach consumed the welcome mat over 11 days. This was faster than the human models had projected for the initial contact phase, which Vasik had explained in her daily briefing on day 8, was because the mat had been designed to be maximally attractive and had succeeded beyond its own specifications. The hungrier it was, the more it ate, she said, and the less it had left for you. She said it with the focused calm of an engineer reviewing an outcome report, not triumphant, not relieved, simply precise. The way Kuo sounded when a system performed beyond projections and the data needed to be documented accurately before any other response was appropriate. The peripheral effects during the 11 days were measurable and, by the standards of what the approach had done to every civilization in its path for 3 centuries, remarkably contained. 3% of galactic infrastructure experienced partial disruption, sensor arrays, communication relays, trade route markers that had not been reached by the hardening teams in time. All of it repairable, all of it already on Kuo's follow-up list, tabbed and color-coded, with repair specifications attached. The hardened systems, the Veloxi hybrid grid, the Kethori adaptive biosphere, the Dravani logistics network, the corridor navigation package, the 14% of infrastructure that humanity had spent 15 months embedding itself in, and that the galaxy had spent 15 months trying to remove, performed within expected parameters. Some performed above them. The Kethori forests, presented with the peripheral effects of the approach at the boundary of their orbital route network, adapted. Within 48 hours, they had developed a new route architecture specifically configured to resist the approach's energy absorption mechanism. The same adaptive response they had developed to armor plating when the automated defense systems fired on them in the corridor incident, applied now at orbital scale. The banyan tree transmitted a planet-wide signal pulse that the Xenobotany Division translated with appropriate scientific caution as the botanical equivalent of, "We see it, we have changed, it cannot eat us." Elder Brahman, receiving the translation, sat with it for a long time. Then he sent a message to Marchetti that said, "The forests say thank you. I am relaying this message under protest, but accurately." Mallory lost a satellite. Her communications array were still under construction, the array site in the neutral expanse only accessible after the wall came down, had a firmware update pending that she had been meaning to process and had not processed, and the peripheral effects reached the unshielded satellite before the update ran, and the satellite was consumed in the first 4 hours of the approach's contact with the galactic boundary. It was the only piece of infrastructure lost that had not been on Kuo's critical list, which meant it had not been assigned a hardening team, which meant it had been lost because of an oversight that was entirely and specifically Mallory's own. She reported it to the operations center in a message that was 3 sentences long. The third sentence said, "I forgot to update the firmware. I am mortified." Tavari filed it under Human Adjacent Activity, Alien, Operational Error, Category, Most Human Mistake Ever Made by a Non-Human Species. He showed Mallory the category name. She looked at it for a moment. She said, "That is not as comforting as you think it is." He agreed that it was not meant to be comforting. It was meant to be accurate. On day 11, the mat was gone. The sensor feed showed the event in real time, the energy signature of the welcome mat collapsing, consumed, the perfectly ordered structure that had taken 6 months to build, and the combined output of every active human engineering team dissolving into the specific entropy that the approach left in the place of things it had eaten. Vasik, on the subspace link, watched her own sensor feed and said nothing for approximately 30 seconds. Then she said, "Good. That means it was delicious." She paused. "The hungrier it was, the more it ate and the less it had left for you. Watch the boundary data." Tavari watched the boundary data. The approach, having consumed the mat, had exhausted a significant portion of its feeding capacity on a single, perfectly ordered target. Its peripheral field contracted. Its propagation rate decreased. The systems it touched as it brushed the galactic boundary in the wake of the mat's consumption were the hardened ones, unpredictable, adaptive, entropic in the specific way that human interventions had made them, and they did not feed it. They resisted it. They bent where ordered systems would have broken, and the bending was not damage, it was the point. And the approach, encountering a galaxy that did not taste the way it expected, moved on. The sensor feed showed it crossing the boundary in the direction it had come from, carrying what it had taken from the mat and nothing else, its trajectory indicating deep space and distance and, eventually, the end of the approach that had given it its name. The automated threat classification system updated. Unclassified phenomenon. Boundary departure. Trajectory consistent with extragalactic origin point. Below that, in the flat, unbothered typeface of automated systems delivering information they were not designed to contextualize, threat assessment, reduced, recommend continued monitoring. Tavari looked at the word monitoring for a long time. In the operations center, the silence had a different quality than the 6-month silence of the wall. That silence had been the silence of absence, the specific cold of a thing that was supposed to be there and wasn't. This silence was the silence of aftermath, which was warmer, heavier, and carried in it the specific weight of people who have been waiting to find out if it was enough, and have just found out that it was. Sunnivel's biolight, which had been very low and very still for 11 days, brightened slowly. Mallory was looking at the space where her satellite had been, with the expression of someone who has been mortified, and is also, underneath the mortification, relieved to be alive, to be mortified about something so small. Korath was still against the wall. His scales had shifted from burnished bronze back toward matte gray. He was looking at his operational reports, the logistics network, the supply chain data, the maintenance schedules, running nominal through 11 days of peripheral contact, not one supply chain failure. He did not say anything. He addressed the wall briefly, which was his register for admitting something, and then he put the reports away. Tavari opened his log. He wrote the entry carefully because it was the entry that would be filed and archived and, if his instinct about Tavari's log was correct, which he suspected it was, because his instincts had been correct more often than was comfortable, would eventually be read by people who were not him, in a time when this was history rather than the present, and he wanted it to be accurate. The approach has left the galactic boundary. The welcome mat is destroyed. The galaxy is intact. The cost, the mat, 3% of infrastructure, 1 Palathi satellite whose firmware was not updated. The hardened systems held. The inoculated systems bent. The brittle systems, the ones we didn't touch, survived because the ones we did touch provided a buffer. We were not the disease. We were the preparation. I have been saying this to myself for 3 days, trying to decide if I believe it. I believe it. I also believe the other thing, which is that the preparation was conducted without consent, that the inoculation was administered without disclosure, that every disaster in Cascade and optimized system was simultaneously genuine and instrumental, and that both things are true and neither cancels the other. They helped us. They used us to help us. They were always going to do both, and they were always going to mean both, and the galaxy is alive because of it, and I do not yet know what to do with all of that. I am going to think about it. I have time. The approach is gone. He filed the entry. He looked at the boundary sensor feed, now showing empty space where the energy wave had been for 11 days. He looked at the hardened systems reporting nominal across every screen in the operations center. He looked at Sonnevol's brightening biolight and Mallory's mortified relief and Korath's matte gray scales and the operational reports that had run clean through the worst 11 days in recent galactic history. He thought about a binder. 340 pages. Laminated. 47 green tabs. He thought about a woman arriving at a first contact ceremony with a wheeled case and a stylus behind her ear, and the specific velocity of a person who had already decided where she was going and considered the galaxy a formality. He picked up his communicator. He opened a channel to the human delegation. When Vasik answered, and she answered in 4 seconds, which he had expected, because she had been waiting for this call the way she waited for everything, already thinking about what came next, he said, "Ambassador Vasik, the galaxy is intact. The mat performed as designed. The hardened systems held." He paused. He said the next sentence the way he said things when he meant them precisely and completely. "Thank you." She said, "You're welcome." She said it without irony and without performance, with the same flat, warm sincerity she had brought to every meeting, every proposal, every intervention, every disaster. Then she said, "We've already filed the preliminary assessment for the post-approach infrastructure review. It's only 60 pages. I think you'll find it addresses most of the outstanding repair priorities." She paused. I also noticed, while we were hardening the outlying arrays, that the Sonahari communication relay network is running at 58% efficiency. Not a crisis, just something we noticed. I have some thoughts, if you're interested. Tavari looked at the operations center ceiling. He looked at the boundary feed. He thought about the word monitoring in the automated threat assessment. He thought about a diagram on his wall with 63 nodes and the neutral expanse signal and 14% of galactic infrastructure still wired to a sensor network that had been under construction for 12 years before he had ever heard of humanity. He said, "Ambassador, one thing at a time." She said, "Of course." A pause. "We're still going to look into it." He said, "I know." He closed the channel. He sat in the quiet of the operations center, with the galaxy intact on every screen, and the cost tallied and the mat gone, and the work already beginning again, and he thought about sincerity, and about the specific, inescapable fact that sincerity and strategy were not opposites, and that a species capable of holding both at once was a species the galaxy was going to be living with for a very long time. He was not certain this was a problem. He was not certain it wasn't. He thought he was going to spend a considerable portion of his remaining career being uncertain, and he thought that was probably correct, and he found, to his own considerable surprise, that he was all right with that. He opened his log one more time. He wrote 3 words. He sat with them for a moment. He filed them. They meant it. Chapter 17. Relax, we're helping. The binder arrived before Tavari's morning tea. It came by courier, a standard diplomatic delivery, flagged routine, which he had opened before he registered what he was looking at. 412 pages, laminated, color-coded tabs along the right edge, each one labeled in clean human typeface, and the cover read, Galactic Reconstruction and Resilience Initiative. Quick wins, immediate opportunities for mutual optimization. Second edition. Below the title, a subtitle he had to read twice, revised and expanded in light of recent events. Below that, a small round yellow circle with 2 dots and a curve. He set it on his desk. He looked at it. He looked at the wall behind it, which was bare. He had taken the diagram down the morning after the operations center cleared out, rolled it carefully and stored it because he was not certain he would not need it again, but was also not certain he could continue doing this job with 63 nodes watching him from the wall. The bare wall had taken some getting used to. He was still getting used to it. The binder was on the desk where the diagram used to be. He picked up his communicator. He opened a channel. He said, Ambassador Vasik, I have received your new binder. She said, Wonderful. I wanted to make sure it arrived before the session. There is no session scheduled this morning. There is now, she said. I filed the agenda an hour ago. Second edition has a section for every member species. 47 sections, 1 through 47, tabbed in green. The green tabs are the quick wins. There are also blue tabs. He looked at the binder. He found a blue tab. It read, Lessons Learned. What we should have told you from the beginning. He said, There are blue tabs. The blue tabs, she said, are the apology sections. A pause that contained more than pauses usually contained. 1 per intervention, indexed chronologically, starting with the Veloxy grid. He sat with this for a moment. He opened to the first blue tab. It was 22 pages long, and it began. We made the following assumptions. Here is what we assumed, and here is what was wrong about each assumption, and here is what we would do differently. He read the first page. He read the second. He set it down. Ambassador, he said, how many blue tabs are there? 14, she said. 1 for each thing we broke. They are longer than the green tabs. He looked at the binder. He looked at the bare wall. He said, and he meant it, and it surprised him that he meant it this completely. I'll see you at the session. The council chamber had a quality he had not seen in it before. Not the weight of emergency, not the specific quiet of impending catastrophe, but something else. A quality he needed a moment to identify before he placed it. The quality of a room in which people have been through something together and are now on the other side of it and do not yet know how to occupy that space. 47 delegates, every species present. The binder on every desk, delivered by human couriers in the 2 hours before the session, because of course they had been delivered in advance, because the binder had been in preparation for weeks, and the deliveries had been staged, and the session had been planned before anyone had been told about it, and this was simply how humanity operated, and the council had learned to factor it in. Sohn opened the session. His biolight was steady and warm, the amber of deep consideration rather than deep pressure, and he looked across the chamber with the specific attention of a 900-year-old being who has revised his understanding of something significant and is still revising. He said, The Galactic Council will come to order. The first item on this morning's agenda is the formal dissolution of Resolution 7742, the Protocol for the Managed Engagement of Humanity in Galactic Affairs. He paused. All in favor. The vote was unanimous. Tavari documented it. He documented the timestamp and the vote count and the specific quality of the silence after the count, which was not like the silences he had been documenting for the past 15 months. It did not have the weight of something being held back. It had the weight of something being set down. Vasik spoke for 20 minutes. She presented the second edition the way she had presented the first, with the specific warmth and brisk competence that Tavari had spent 15 months interpreting as performance and had eventually understood was simply her register, the same way some beings spoke in formal grammatical structures, and some spoke in construction metaphors, and some used nominal without noticing where they had learned it. She went through the blue tabs first, which he had not expected and which the chamber had not expected, and which resulted in a stillness so complete that the ventilation system was audible. She said, of the Veloxy grid, "We optimized a system we had not fully characterized. We should have spent longer listening before we touched anything." She said, of the Keth Ori biosphere, "We introduced a compound we understood chemically and did not understand ecologically. The forests are extraordinary and the process was not acceptable." She said, of the Trilateral Accord addendum, "We believed clarity was always better than ambiguity. We were wrong. Sometimes ambiguity is the agreement, and we dismantled an agreement and called it a filing error, and we were not right to do that." She said, of the Cascade, "We built interdependent systems without disclosing the interdependency. Every connection in that corridor was our work and our responsibility, and we did not label it clearly." The chamber was very quiet. She said, "We were also, throughout all of it, genuinely trying to help you. We were also, throughout all of it, preparing you for something we had not told you about. Both of those things are true, and neither cancels the other, and I am not going to stand here and tell you that the ends justified the means, because you are not the kind of species that accepts that framing, and, honestly, neither are we. Not really. And what I can tell you is that we meant what we did, and we are sorry for how we did it, and we would like, if you are willing, to start again with the full information available." She looked at the chamber. The chamber looked at her. Tavari, in the Liaison section, thought about the binder on his desk and the bare wall, and the 14 blue tabs that were longer than the green tabs, and the specific, vertiginous experience of a species offering a genuine accounting of itself to the 47 civilizations it had spent 15 months disrupting and saving simultaneously. He thought about the word sincerely. He had been thinking about it for 11 days. He thought he was close to understanding it. Sonneval spoke after the formal business concluded, from the dais to the chamber, and to Vasik specifically, in the tone he used when he was delivering a verdict, rather than a statement, slow, precise, each word selected for the record. He said, "I have been an arbiter of this council for 900 years. I have seen species arrive at our door ambitious and dangerous and well-intentioned and destructive, and occasionally all four simultaneously. I have never seen a species arrive already knowing what we did not know, do what needed to be done without asking permission, survive our attempts to contain them, and then file an apology in 14 tabbed sections." The chamber's quality shifted. Mallory, in the Palathi delegate's chair, was doing something with her expression that was not quite a smile, but was in the family of smiles. Korath, against the wall in the military observer's position, had his arms crossed and his scales at matte gray, and was looking at the ceiling, which was his register for agreement. He was not prepared to vocalize. Sonneval said, "The galaxy is intact. That is the result. The method was not what we would have chosen. The method was not offered to us for choosing." He looked at Vasik. "But I have lived long enough to know that being asked permission and being saved are not always compatible, and that the species who saves you and the species who asks first are sometimes, necessarily, not the same species." He was quiet for a moment. His bark did not creak. His biolight was steady and certain. "The Council formally acknowledges humanity's contribution to galactic survival. The Council also formally notes that we would have appreciated being told about the approach." He paused. "Earlier," Vasik said, "we calculated—" "I know what you calculated," he said, not unkindly. "You were right. I am noting it anyway for the record so that the record reflects that we would have preferred to be told." "Noted," she said. "Good," he said. He looked at the chamber. He said, "This council is in new territory. We have a member species that we cannot contain, cannot audit into compliance, cannot ensure, and cannot afford to wall off. We have a member species whose help is genuine, and whose help is catastrophic and whose help, in the final accounting, is why we are here to discuss it. He looked at his own ancient, bark-rough hands, and then back at Vasik. I have spent 15 months asking what to do about humanity. I have concluded that this is the wrong question. The correct question is, what does it look like when we stop asking what to do about them and start asking what we can do together? He let that sit in the chamber for a moment, and it sat well. Then he said, Ambassador Vasik, you have 47 green tabs. I suggest we begin. The session ran for 6 hours. The green tabs were, as advertised, genuinely useful. The Sohn communication relay network running at 58% efficiency, identified, addressed, a solution proposed and accepted, and a human advisory team assigned before the relevant tab had been fully presented. The Dravani maintenance scheduler, which had been running on outdated parameters since the wall went up, updated in real time during the session by a human systems engineer who was on the subspace link and had asked whether now was a good time to push the patch. Korath had said from the wall, in the specific 4-word sentence of a man who had accepted something, "Now is fine. Thank you." He had not looked up from his operational reports. He had addressed the wall. Tavari had filed it. Brahman attended via link from Kethor, where the forests were in the middle of a planet-wide root network consultation about the proposed boundaries of the new national territory the banyan tree's parliamentary process had been working toward for the past 8 months. The consultation was going to take another 3 months, Brahman reported, because the Western Grove had submitted 17 amendments, and the Eastern Grove had requested a committee review, and the banyan tree itself had transmitted what the Xenobotany Division had translated as a formal motion to table the amendments pending additional deliberation, which was either very sophisticated governance or very sophisticated delay, and Brahman had stopped being certain of the distinction. He asked mildly whether the Human Advisory Bureau had any experience mediating parliamentary disputes between non-human governance systems. The Bureau specialist on the call had said, with complete sincerity, "Some. We'd be glad to help." Brahman had looked at Marchetti. Marchetti had looked at the camera. Brahman had said, "Of course you would." He had not declined. The last item on the agenda was administrative. The position of Chief Human Containment Liaison was formally abolished. Tavari had known it was coming. Sonnevel had told him 2 days ago, in the private office with the high ceilings, with the specific gentleness of a being delivering news he expected to be harder to receive than it was. The position's successor was Chief Human Integration Coordinator, reporting to the High Arbiter, with a mandate that Tavari had helped write, and that read, in its first clause, to serve as primary council liaison for all human-involved initiatives, with the understanding that human-involved initiatives will continue to be numerous, consequential, and not entirely predictable, and that the role of this office is coordination and documentation rather than containment. He had written the phrase rather than containment himself. He had looked at it for a while after writing it. He had kept it. Vasik handed him the updated position badge after the session. It was the same physical badge. She had simply printed new text on it because she had anticipated the abolishment before it was announced, and had prepared the badge, because of course she had. He looked at it. He looked at her. He said, "You printed this before the vote." "I printed it 3 days ago," she said. "Was I wrong?" He looked at the badge. He said, "No, you were not wrong." She said, "I'm glad." She said it with the full sincerity of a person who was genuinely glad, which was the only way she said anything. Then she said, "I also wanted to tell you something, personally." She looked at him with the focused, warm attention that he had spent 15 months learning to read accurately. "You were the best possible person for the job we put you in. Not because you didn't try to contain us. You did, thoroughly, and several of your attempts were genuinely close. But because you kept documenting. You kept watching, You kept trying to understand what we were doing instead of simply deciding we were wrong." She paused. "The log entries you filed over the past 15 months. We read them, all of them. They were the most accurate account of us that any outside observer has ever produced. We kept them." She paused again. "We cited some of them in the blue tabs. I hope that's all right." He looked at her. He thought about 15 months of log entries, filed on a council system, theoretically accessible to any member species with appropriate diplomatic access. He thought about the human delegation having appropriate diplomatic access. He thought about the specific, comprehensive thoroughness with which humanity read everything it was given access to. He said, "Of course you cited them." He said it not with resignation, but with something that had moved past resignation into a territory he did not yet have a word for, somewhere between acceptance and affection, and the specific complicated warmth of a witness who has been accurate and has been seen being accurate and finds that this is, in the end, enough. He filed his last log entry as Chief Human Containment Liaison that evening from his office, with the new badge on the desk and the bare wall behind him, and the second edition binder beside the badge with its 14 blue tabs and its 47 green ones. He wrote it the way he had written all of them. Carefully, for the record, for the future reader he had started imagining somewhere around month 4, when the log entries had begun to feel less like documentation and more like testimony. The position of Chief Human Containment Liaison is hereby dissolved. In its place, Chief Human Integration Coordinator. I am the same person. The job is the same job. The word that has changed is containment, and I find, reviewing 15 months of evidence, that this is the correct change. Containment was always the wrong word. You cannot contain a tide. You cannot contain a species that treats every barrier as a door to be opened from the inside. You cannot contain something that arrives with a binder, distributes it at a reception, and genuinely means everything in it. They broke a moon. They gave a planet's trees a voice, and the trees used it. They dismantled a 9,000-year peace through clarity, which remains the most human way a peace has ever been ended. They made themselves indispensable to the military that was assigned to observe them. They caused a refugee crisis and built the best refugee camp in galactic history. They built a wall around themselves when we couldn't build one strong enough. And then they dismantled the wall themselves, from the inside, using our own charter, and came back through it with 47 ships bearing smiley faces and a pre-filed set of forms in triplicate, and a 60-page infrastructure review, and a fruit basket that was, I have confirmed, genuinely just a fruit basket. They saved the galaxy, not cleanly, not with our consent, not in a way that did not also cause damage, reshape civilizations, or result in a banyan tree filing parliamentary amendments on a planet they visited once with a bag of fertilizer. But they saved it. They were always going to save it. They arrived knowing what was coming, and they did what they did, and they meant what they did, and the galaxy is here. I am going to file this entry and close the log as it has been titled for 15 months and open a new one. The new one will be titled Chief Human Integration Coordinator, Tavari Sohn, Operating Log. I do not expect it to be shorter. I expect it to be different. I expect to be wrong about the ways it will be different. Final observation, for the record, and for whoever reads this. They cannot stop. They will never stop. Every problem is a quick win waiting to be identified. Every operational headache is a Tuesday. Every crisis is an opportunity to distribute a binder with color-coded tabs. This is not a threat assessment. This is a species description. The galaxy is going to be living with this for a very long time. I find that I am glad. Tavari Sohn, Chief Human Containment Liaison, final entry. He closed the log. He opened the new one. He looked at the blank first page for a moment, and then he looked at the second edition on his desk, and then he looked at the bare wall, and then he picked up the binder and turned to Green Tab 1 and began to read. In the Veloxy coastal settlements, The rebuilt seawall held, and the Thesserine light pulsed at the grid junctions, and the children slept in a silence that was not quite the old silence, but was closer than it had been in 2 years, the hum reduced to a background presence that a generation was growing up considering normal. In Kethor's western grove, the banyan tree transmitted its daily agenda pulse to 340 million organisms that were, in their slow, distributed botanical way, learning to govern. In a Dravani mess hall 2 decks below a command office where a 4 decades undefeated commander was reviewing a maintenance schedule that ran nominal, something that smelled like cumin moved through the ventilation system. In the corridor outside the council chamber, Mallory was on a subspace call to the Palathi Satellite Replacement Authority, explaining that she needed a new firmware current satellite, and that she had learned her lesson, and would they please send 2. And somewhere in human space, on the other side of a wall whose interdiction protocols had been stood down, and whose defense platforms had been retasked to monitor the neutral expanse per recommendations in the 41-page report, a woman with a stylus behind her ear and a tablet in her hand was looking at the first item on tomorrow's agenda, and was already, in the specific and boundless way of a species that cannot stop, thinking about how to help. The galaxy was intact. The work was beginning. The binder was open. Relax. We're helping.